wonderful. Fedora is a global project, and I'm glad to see us all come together here. This is the first time we're doing a release party on Matrix, so thank you, Justin, for putting all that together. Nice Fedora mug there. Good. I'm also branded here. I just need to stand up to show it off. But yeah, here we are. We're not getting Restream IO messages from the audience, are we, Justin? No, we're talking to nobody. I have to look over in this window. Are we? Okay. Okay, there we go. Okay, cool. Yes. Hi everyone. Now I see the chat. I just had to set it up right. Yeah. So Fedora Linux 40 is a great release. Thank you everyone who worked on it, and welcome everyone who's just kind of curious or wants to celebrate and is feels more like a Fedora user than contributor. This party is for everyone. I hope you kind of get to hang out, see what we're all about, and kind of celebrate the energy that is Fedora. Yeah, I am Matthew Miller, the Fedora project leader. Did I say that already? I don't know. It's early.
Yeah, go ahead.
We also should we go do the introductions here?
Yeah.
What do you want to do, Justin?
Let's go for it. I thought, do you want to read off there? There were some interesting things I thought just to call out before we get started. Do you want me to go ahead and do that, or do you want to kick us off?
Go ahead.
Yeah. So we will get started with the release party here shortly. But before we do that, I wanted to call out some highlights. Like Matthew said, these release parties are an opportunity to celebrate the work of our contributor community over the last 6 months and to recognize all the people behind all this hard work. So just to give you some facts at a glance, Fedora Linux 40 included 53 accepted changes, 28 of which were system-wide and 25 of which were self-contained. And Fedora Linux 40 will be, what's that?
Of course, there's thousands, tens of thousands of changes that come in, from upstreams that don't even get called out as a major Fedora Linux change as well. So there's a lot of work.
For sure.
Sorry, keep going. You were doing.
Yeah. And then Fedora Linux 40 will also be the branching point for CentOS Stream 10, which will be a starting point for future downstream enterprise Linux releases. And also, like Matthew said, this is the first time that we're holding the global virtual release party using a free and open source software event platform. So this is our first time using Matrix for our main stage and event chat, as well as the live stream on YouTube. So do bear with us if we have some hiccups along the way as we go. But in general, though, I'm really excited that we are using a fully, moving mostly FOSS stack, more than it was before and than what we had in Kotlin. Well, I will turn it back over to you, Matthew.
Okay. Yeah. So welcome. Let's introduce ourselves here. As I said, I am Matthew Miller. I am the Fedora project leader, and I've been the Fedora project leader for 10 years. If you compare this picture, you will see that there's some more gray in my beard and a little in my hair here now. And that shirt is getting pretty worn out. So, Justin, we need our 20 years shirts. Let's get to it. But yeah, and I hope you all know me. If you don't, I am Matt DM on pretty much all of the things that I can get that name on, and I'm happy to talk to you about Fedora or any other of a number of nerdy things. Aoife, you're next.
Yes, and I see that the banner that was right over my face, which I was actually kind of delighted about because I was like, my God, I can make faces to my heart's content and nobody can see, has now been moved. But yeah, hi everybody. Firstly, to echo Justin and Matthew's comments, a huge congratulations to everybody who participated and contributed to the fantastic Fedora Linux 40 release. Obviously could not have done that without you, and that is a very genuine and real statement to make, so thank you.
We should also applaud the on-time release. Thank you, Aoife, for helping that happen.
I just watched the clock. The boots on the ground do the work. But yeah, no, just so in case anybody has not met me before, my name is Aoife. That is how you say it. That is not how it looks spelled. Say it backwards, drop the middle few letters. be fine. But I answer to most things anyway. So I'm from Ireland, which explains the little accent. No swearing though today, not yet anyway. And I am the Fedora operations architect. I do some of the program management that my stellar predecessor Ben Cotton did, and he trained me in on all of the magic Fedora ways. So hopefully I'll do him and the project justice, and I'm very happy to be here.
And Justin.
Hey folks, my name is Justin. Many of you probably see me all around in matrix rooms all the time and in the Fedoraverse. I'm the community architect for the Fedora project. I've been involved in the Fedora community since 2015, so going on, is that like 9 years now? And I've been the community architect at Red Hat since October 2022. You can find me as jflory7 is my fast username, but a lot of times you'll see me just as JWF out in the channels or other spaces too. And I'm super excited as well to welcome and have everyone here today too. So with that, let's go ahead and get to some the important things first. Matthew?
Important things. Yes. Okay. Code of conduct is indeed a very important thing. This is, basically the spirit of this is be excellent to each other. And there's some details of, what that means exactly so that we are not confused and arguing about that. This is a Fedora space, and in all Fedora spaces, we expect everyone to treat each other with respect. If you see an issue, please tell us. There's a tracker for filing things that are severe, or if you just want to tell me or Justin or Aoife or anyone else in Fedora leadership about a problem, we'll make sure that a ticket gets filed and that the incident gets tracked and handled. Hopefully there won't be any such things, but it is there to help keep our community safe. Yes, claim your badge for joining the party. Badges.fedoraproject.org, our gamification thing. I don't know, can I scan the QR code? We'll see if it works for me here.
I did live test this yesterday, so we should be good.
I'm extra live testing it now.
To be fair, Sandro and I live tested a hell of a lot of badges at the start of this week. So.
Yes, good job with the elections. Okay, it said 400 bad requests, which I believe is the standard response for, yes, I've awarded you this badge. The badges software could use your help, by the way, if you're interested in doing some contribution to Fedora community infrastructure stuff. It's written in Python, and we've got some people working on it, but there's a lot more that could be done. It's kind of neat to have this kind of fun gamification and great art for all of our different things. So yeah, good place to come help out. I'm not joking about the 400 error. If you see that, it probably did actually work. But don't worry. You can go back to the badges front page and see that you've gotten it. The schedule, also QR codes. I won't scan this one, but it goes to the wiki page, which shows all the exciting things coming up.
It does, and we have a wonderful schedule. And I'm pasting it into the chat before anybody has a minor heart attack on it.
Nice.
Visit it. We have a wonderful schedule. It is jam-packed with all of the great things that have gone into the Fedora Linux 40 release. Not all, but a lot. We also have some excellent talks from other distributions that are based from Fedora as well, joining us over the next 2 days. So really can't wait to hear from all of those. We have some updates from our Mentored Projects initiative. We have updates on the Week of Diversity. We have updates on a certain Git Forge. So we do have wonderful 2 days ahead of us, and I'm looking forward to hearing all of the excellent talks, playing some code names tomorrow. So do stick around, and I'm sure the talks will be available post-party too then as well. I'll find a badge name I can get to you.
And of course, our events would not be possible without the amazing group of volunteers who help make them possible. So there's a lot of things that we do to help organize it, but Fedora is a large community. We have people with all kinds of skills and backgrounds that are helping out. So I just want to give a shout out to all of these. This is actually one of my favorite parts of the release party, where we can let the credit reel roll. So again, a special thanks to these amazing contributors who all played a role in delivering this weekend of content and programming. A lot of work goes in behind the scenes to make it all possible. So I'll just say thanks to our content and promotion team, Consolation, Joseph, and Richard with the magazine. On the event production side, special thanks to Adrian and Neil, who helped on some of the Matrix, helping out with some of the Matrix platform and Pretix platform pieces. On the design and badges side, special thanks to Emma, Nikita, Roland, and Sandro for helping do some of the nice graphics and the Matrix room icon and the badge that many of you have probably already claimed. And of course, on speaker management, a big thanks to Aoife as well. So there are also opportunities to get involved with being a party planner too. You can join us and be a part of the team for the Fedora Linux 41 release party, if that is something you are interested in. Actually, I have these slides in the wrong order because actually this slide is the one that's supposed to follow. So if organizing parties sound like your kind of open source contribution, then come and help us get started for next time. October is not that far away, and there are all kinds of things to help with. And as you saw on the previous slide, there are 4 main ways of being a party contributor. So if any of those are interesting to you, let's get in touch. Our planning happens through a GitLab issue tracker. So this QR code will take you to the planning issue that already exists for Fedora Linux 41 release party. So if you want to be a part, leave a comment and tell us which of the volunteer areas is interesting to you and what you'd like to help out with. But now I'm going to go back and also say thanks to our chat moderators. So all the folks that you will see, if you need help in the Matrix room chat, these are all folks who are there and can help out. If you need help with something in the chat or something's not working, you can also ping some of these folks to help out when, say, there's like when me, Matthew, and Aoife are all up here too, and I don't have I have it full screen, so I don't see the chat right now. But thanks again to all these volunteers and folks who have stepped up to also help us as chat moderators this year too. So also on the topic of socials, Aoife already hinted about the codename social, but our release parties have traditionally had fun and exciting social activities. And since we've switched to Matrix for the first time, we didn't quite get everything figured out yet. But we do plan to offer some social programming to relax and have fun with other Fedora contributors. So for this release party, we are going to be playing a Codenames Showdown on Saturday at 1500 UTC or 3 p.m. UTC. You can find the US Eastern time conversion on the Fedora wiki page schedule. But Codenames is a competitive puzzle word game that requires creativity and good teamwork to beat the other team. Participation is going to require you to at least use a microphone, but preferably you can come on camera too. We'll share more information in the Matrix event chat about how to join the activity on Saturday before the start time. Space is limited on a first come, first available basis. But like I said, this is our trial run with Matrix. And if things go really well this time, I hope that we can grow and expand some of our social activities for Fedora Linux 41. So getting into some of our news and announcements for this release, I wanted to first take a moment to celebrate our cohort of 2024 interns who you will see working across the Fedora project throughout the next few months. So many of these are coming through the Outreachy program, which is an internship program for underrepresented folks who face adversity in their wherever they live. It's a global internship program open to people all over the world. And we have been a participating member of this since it was the GNOME program for women, almost more than 10 years ago, I believe now. So Fedora has been doing this for quite some time. I don't know if I heard someone wanting to add something there or not. But if not, Outreach is a great program. I'm super excited to have some. We have 3 interns for Northern Hemisphere, I think this summer or just the next 3 months who will be working with us, as well as 1 intern who's coming to us from the Red Hat intern program and is going to be based out of Boston with the Red Hat office. So without further ado, I'd like to welcome our cohort of interns, as well as give a brief introduction about them. Adrian is going to be a community architect working with me over the summer. He's going to be based out of Boston. You can read a little bit more about him. He's a master's student in upstate New York, studying computer science and minoring in free and open source software. He enjoys programming and building solutions to solve program problems for people and otherwise use open source to make the world a better place. In his spare time, he enjoys rowing and has recently been trying to bring a little more open source to the sport. We also have Rosalind, who's going to be joining us from Nigeria this summer. She'll be working with me and Joseph Gayoso as well. Rosalind is a technical writer based in Nigeria. She loves sharing her knowledge through technical articles and is passionate about cloud native technologies. And she's also a community builder and an open source contributor. We also will have Tosin, who will be joining us also from Nigeria. She is a product manager who is curious about life and most aspects of the tech space. She loves cooking, singing, eating, and watching movies and is always looking for new challenges. And she'll be working with me and Joseph as well. And our last intern in the cohort is Mehmet. He'll be joining us from Turkey, and he'll be working with Aurelian and Akashdeep over the summer on their project to create a gateway from webhooks to Fedora messaging. So please give a virtual round of applause to all of our interns. And as you are across Fedora over the next few months, you might start to see more of these faces pop up across the project. So do give them a warm Fedora welcome as you see them. And I'm really excited to have these 4 awesome interns working with us in Fedora this summer. Well, Northern Hemisphere summer. But you get what I mean. Going to keep going with a few more introductions. I want to also welcome, since our last release, we've had some new community initiatives pop up in the community. So in Fedora, we have these cool things that are called community initiatives, and this is how we describe them in our documentation. Want to do something big? Have an idea that won't fit in a single release cycle? Perhaps an improvement broader than the technical scope covered by the changes policy? Want to make sure the community is aligned behind your goal and that you have the resources and access you need to make it happen? A community initiative may be the framework for you. So these are good opportunities to get real focused work done in Fedora. Again, reading straight from our documentation here, Fedora community initiatives, which some of you old timers may remember them as objectives before, are projects which do not fall neatly into our biannual Fedora Linux release cycle. Typically, they require longer to complete. This is usually 8 to 18 months, and they are not limited to engineering projects. Other key areas are administration, documentation, outreach, motivation, communications, budgets, and best practices. Within the project, these are grouped under a heading of, well, these kinds of contributions are things we group under what we call mindshare. And the council looks to achieve a balance between engineering projects and those aligned with mindshare. So in order to accomplish an initiative, someone has to take the lead. Again, reading from our docs, each community initiative has a designated community initiative lead. This lead sits on the council for the duration of the initiative and is responsible for coordinating efforts to reach the community initiative's goals, as well as evaluating and reporting on progress. The initiative lead works regularly with all relevant groups in Fedora to ensure that progress is made. So now that we have that background set, since our last release of Fedora, there are 3 new initiatives that were approved by the Fedora Council: a Mentored Projects 2024 initiative, a Community Operations 2024 Reboot initiative, and very recently, as in this week recently, a Fedora Boot C, or Bootable Containers initiative. So let's get to know who the leads are of these initiatives, because odds are you may cross paths with them in the contributor community as they work to accomplish their initiatives over the next 8 to 18 months. So we'll start off with the Mentored Projects initiative. Smira Goel will be a co-lead together with Fernando, who we'll introduce in a minute here. Smira is a former outreachy intern and mentor with Fedora, contributing since 2020. She currently works as a UX UI designer at Quansight Labs, focusing on accessibility design. Together with Smira is Fernando Mancera. Fernando is a software engineer at Red Hat working on Linux networking, and he is currently co-leading the Mentored Projects initiative with Smira. So this is looking at, just as we just introduced all of our interns, looking at our Mentored Projects programs as an offering and trying to think out how we can make the experience as best as possible, both for people who are going through our program, but also for mentors, really trying to encourage and support our mentors in running mentored projects through these programs.
This is the first concrete step in one of our important Strategy 2028 goals, which is to really increase mentorship throughout the whole project. This is the first footsteps there towards that.
Yes, I'm super biased for that one because I love the focus on the mentoring and mentorship, and we do a pretty good job with our mentored projects programs. But I'm excited that we can help make them even better. Our second initiative, which is the Community Operations 2.0 or 2024 reboot. Actually, I'm co-leading this one with Robert as well. We are splitting the co-lead on this initiative. Robert is a community contributor who comes from professionally a data governance and business intelligence background. As part of the ComOps initiative, Robert's partnering with the team to put a focused lens on all things data to support our community. And Robert is based out of Portland in the United States, so way out west. Oh, I don't know, this might be a little early time for all of our West Coast friends. But I'm excited about this one because the ComOps initiative takes kind of two pieces, looking at a community experience or kind of the process improvement view, as well as a data analytics and discovery half. So these are kind of the two main branches of the team, and the goal for the initiative is to help support that structure and launch it over the next by the end of the year. And lastly, our brand new initiative that just got approved this week on bootable containers is coming from Jason Brooks, who will be the lead for this initiative. Jason is a manager within Red Hat's open source program office, responsible for its community architect and community infrastructure teams. Prior to joining Red Hat in 2012, he was a technology journalist with a focus on operating systems, virtualization, and open source software. He has been a Fedora user since Fedora Core 1. So this is definitely one that's been getting a lot of attention recently in the last few months around bootable containers. There's been some changes around, I believe, the IoT edition most recently, probably some other things too. I don't know if you want to speak to this one a bit, Matthew?
Yeah, so bootable containers is basically the next generation of RPM OS tree, which is the technology underneath Silverblue, CoreOS, the IoT edition, and some other things. And this also is aligned with our strategic goal, where we really want that kind of image-based provision system to be the best thing for most people using Fedora. So this is a step towards getting us there. And actually, we've got some kind of related talks about this. Our friends at the Universal Blue Project, right, at Bluefin, have been doing something kind of similar to this, kind of leading the way, and it's all very nicely connected. So I'm really excited about this. I think it's the future, and I'm glad to see us leading the way in Fedora.
Yes, and you will get to hear more about Universal Blue in, I believe, tomorrow. I think we have a talk scheduled on that from Noel. So we're getting close to the end of our slot here, so we're going to rush through a few announcements. I think, Aoife, do you want to talk a little bit about this one?
No, because I'm burned from Monday, but it is still kind of important. So we have some elections on, in case you didn't know. We also have an elections badge if you can get your hands on it. Best of luck. The link is in the chat room. You have until May 30th to cast your votes for the EPEL Steering Committee, for Fedora Council, for FESCO, and congratulations to Mantro, you are elected as the Mindshare Committee member, but still feel free to vote for him anyway, who doesn't like a vote? So you have till next Thursday, folks. Please do get voting. You can try your best to also claim this badge, and I wish you every success in that endeavor. Don't at me if you can't. We've gone through all the problems.
Matthew, you want to talk about the Slimbook discount?
Yeah, this is a cool laptop company in Spain that makes a really beautiful laptop that has Fedora Linux pre-installed and the logo engraved, laser etched on it. They've got several different models, and they have a discount for Fedora contributors, which you can learn about at this link. I suppose I have not live tested where it actually goes, but should tell you more.
This should take you to the community blog article explaining the discount and how to claim it. But also, yeah, if you're going to be at DevConf CZ, we hope to have a demo laptop for you to check out as well. I can talk a little about this one. So next month in June, the Fedora DEI team is organizing the 8th edition of its annual event to celebrate stories of Fedora contributors from all over the world. Fedora Week of Diversity is our annual tradition to tell these stories and share experiences about what it means to be a Fedora contributor. As part of that annual tradition, the team is looking to hear directly from contributors and Fedora fans around the world. So record a short video and share it with our DEI team to feature in a new promotional video that showcases what it means to be a part of the Fedora community. The deadline does close soon, so please make sure to share your stories with the team to help inspire both our current and future contributors to Fedora. And so with that, I do want to, the next thing I want to share is a little difficult to share, but I really want to make some space for this topic too. So for many years, there has been a Fedora contributor. Her name is Dr. Mel Chua, and she has quite literally been one of the faces of Friends in the Fedora project. On the Fedora Docs website, on the page that describes the entire Fedora project, there is a photo under the Friends Foundation section. And these 4 faces are the literal stock photo of what we mean when we talk about the Friends Foundation and Fedora. And for a long time, I thought it was about time that we update the photo to something more recent. But the photo was always a really good picture of a Fedora moment. And, you know, why fix what isn't broken? But today, this photo brings us a beautiful memory of a very formative community biologist of the Fedora project, Dr. Mel Chua, who traveled through wiki pages, spanned out over IRC channels, triaged legions of track Git repositories, and so much more. This month, Mel entered hospice care after a years-long battle with cancer. The QR code on the screen leads to a crowdfunding campaign for her medical expenses, as well as the backstory to her situation. Speaking as the Fedora project, we are devastated to learn this news. Mel has always been a Fedoran, almost as much of a Fedoran as someone could be. The 4 foundations feels fitting for someone who has advocated for the values of free and open source software and culture, blazed a path forward early in Fedora and open source history, and most importantly, will leave behind a legacy of compassion, kindness, and inclusion with the things that she touched. On the Fedora Docs website, this is what we write under the Friends Foundation on the project page. The Fedora community is made up of people from all walks of life, working together to advance free software. There is a place in Fedora for anyone who wants to help, regardless of technical skill level, as long as they believe in our core values. When I hear this, it is hard for me not to think of Mel. So I'm asking for anyone else who has stories or memories with Mel to please share them in this form as soon as possible. Fedora will publish a community blog post to honor her legacy and memory with excerpts of stories from the people with whom she worked together with in Fedora. All stories are welcome, both short and long. I'd just like to take a moment of silence for a few seconds to honor Dr. Mel Chua. Thank you. So if you have something you'd like to share, please make sure you submit it through this form as soon as possible. I'm hoping that we can get a draft or article ready in the next week or so. So I know that can be difficult, but we do have a few more things before we officially wrap up and transition over to our first speaker of the day. It's not too late also to bring your friends along to the release party. Of course, they can watch along together with us on our YouTube channel. I assume many people probably are already, but they can still get insider access to the event chat and participate in Q&A by registering on Pretix. Pretix registrations are periodically invited to the Matrix room, and registering on Pretix is free and helps us provide the best possible experience to our attendees. So if you're watching live and you have not registered, now is a great time to go and register. Do note that we do ask for a Matrix ID during registration, since the event is primarily hosted from Matrix. And one final shout out, we have had a long time trusted partner for producing high quality Fedora apparel and clothing, HelloTux is a small business in Hungary dedicated to producing Linux-branded apparel from all your favorite distros in your upstream projects. We partnered with HelloTux to provide high-quality embroidered Fedora t-shirts, Fedora polo shirts, Fedora sweatshirts, and more. You can check out their web store at the QR code here. And listen carefully to this insider tip. Use the coupon code Fedora5, that's the number 5, for a 5% discount on any Fedora item.
That backpack looks really nice. I think I need to pick that up.
It does. That's their newest item. I have been thinking the same thing.
Capitals, Justin, or small?
I don't know. I look at their website. I think it's all capitals, but
it is, but it might not matter.
The QR code in either case will take you to the right place where you'll see all of these items and more. So with that, I know we are just pushing a little bit past our time. I do want to get our next speaker up here soon, but Matthew, do you want to close us out for the opening remarks?
I want to thank all of the Red Hatters who are here on what turned out to be a company-wide day off. So that's for some people, Fedora is their day job, and I'm glad to see that people are. It's not just a day job for most of us, I think. So it's nice to see that. Sorry though, we'll try and put it during work hours next time for the Red Hatters.
Do you see
but again,
some folks who are off maybe one day next week? You might be able to figure out why.
Right. Yeah. And yeah, again, welcome everybody. Thank you, Justin, for leading this little session here and putting the slides together, and all the things you did to get this going on Matrix. And again, welcome everybody. Let's have a great party.
So that is going to conclude our opening remarks. Thank you, Matthew and Aoife. I'm going to go ahead and I'll go ahead and remove the screen share here, and we'll go and get our next speaker up and ready.
Sounds good. See you there.
See you all. Bye.
All right. So I'm going to go ahead and pull up. I believe we have Richard, who is up next. Yes, Richard Hughes on Passim peer-to-peer metadata. Let's go ahead and bring you on up here, Richard. I think I see you here.
Hi.
Welcome. You are live at the release party.
Brilliant. Audio works?
Yes, I hear you. I see you. Do you see the share screen option down below?
Yes. Okay. Let's do... Can I share media? Like, can I... I've got a...
I think so.
Let's try.
Like, oh, you mean like provide the file?
Yeah. I think I think I need to click present.
Ah, yeah. There's this add source.
I think we need to approve it or something.
Yep. I see it. Here we go.
Hey, there we go. That works.
Excellent.
Okay, brilliant.
Right.
Thanks for that.
I'm going to go ahead and hop off, but I will be here in the little green room if you need anything. But I will go ahead and pass it over to you, Richard.
Brilliant. Thank you. So, hello everyone. This is my presentation about Passim. Passim means here, there, and everywhere. And it's basically a local caching server, which sounds super scary, but actually it's super useful. So I guess first a few little details. I've been building open source software for about, like, I don't know, 20 years, like way too long, 15 of which at Red Hat. And over that time, I built like PackageKit, UPower, GNOME software, sort of other stuff. More recently, FWupd and LVFS. And with lots of vendors, we've shipped, I think last year it was 109 million firmware updates to end users, which is kind of awesome. I'm still having a lot of fun at Red Hat. It's great. But it's my day off. So anyway, so yeah, the basic fact that I'm trying to solve here is that every day 12 million people download a 2 megabyte file from the LVFS CDN. 2 megabytes isn't a lot. In some of the areas where data is more expensive, it's more maybe a bigger issue. But the issue here is we want to scale up. So we want to scale up to, rather than having 140 vendors, we want to have 1,000 vendors. And at the moment, the LVFS costs like, I don't know, a couple of $1,000s a month to run. and the majority of that is spent on data egress. And there's very good reasons why we can't just use like an existing mirror network, which I'll come to in a minute. And so we need to solve the problem of having 100 million people download a 2 megabyte file every day. So what can we do about this? Well, if we're clever, we can have one client downloading from the internet, because everyone downloads the same file. This is designed so that rather than the Microsoft way of doing it, which is you have your hardware manifest that gets uploaded to Microsoft server, and then you get your list of updates downloaded bespoke. Everyone just downloads the same metadata, and then everything's done client side, works out what firmware we need, and then we request that firmware. And although it means we can do clever stuff to compress the metadata down, so we've got thousands and thousands of different firmwares in just 2 megabytes of blob, it's still coming from the CDN, it's still internet traffic, and it's not free. Like CDN, a geo-replicated CDN isn't expensive, but it is when you have like billions of people using it. So we also want to use less electricity. So actually, weirdly, it takes way more power to download something from the internet than it does from the computer sitting next to you on the LAN. And if you're on something like 5G as opposed to Wi-Fi, it uses 2 orders of magnitude more power to download it. And for a long time, we've obsessed about like how efficient things are because of it makes batteries last longer. And when you start talking about the giant scale of billions of people downloading something, you need to start thinking about how much like carbon you're using. Like sort of 1 extra megabyte kind of increases your amount of carbon you're using by 50%. And so it's kind of a big deal. There's other things about metadata which make it interesting. Yesterday's metadata is today's, let's say in the UK, chip paper, in that it's useless. So metadata that you got yesterday is redundant. On the LVFS, we regenerate it every 4 hours. And so it's not super interesting. So what we can do is we can have one machine that downloads from the internet, which then shares it securely to your local network, which sounds really scary, but I'll explain why in a minute. We also don't want one single machine to act as a server, like an impromptu server for the entire department. So if you've got a room full of 500 computers, you don't want the first person who turns their PC on in the morning to grab the file from the internet and then to serve that to the entire network. You want to limit how many people you're allowed to share one file to. So it might be 1 to 5 or 1 to 50, and then it kind of propagates out through your network. Now, a lot of people won't like the idea of this, and you know what? That's absolutely fine. This is quite a contentious topic, the fact that your PC might be serving files to other people on your LAN, people that may not be friendly. And there's kind of like 4 ways of solving this. One is just tell everybody to stop doing Passim stuff. Just PTP policy equals nothing, so we don't share anything at all. But it doesn't stop other clients using Passim. So you can also mask the service. It's fine. You just basically say to the service, like, this is never allowed to be run from systemd, no matter how it started. Or you can just remove it. Like we split out a -libs package, subpackage, which means that the stuff that depends on it depends on the libs package. And if the libs package exists, but the daemon doesn't, well, an error gets returned and the service carries on like normal. And the other thing is, if you are really worried about privacy and this kind of stuff, you probably want to be already blocking DNSSD, because at the moment, your printers are generating discovery traffic so that you can see printers on your local network. So if you're worried about that huge amount of privacy from DNSSD, you want to block it already. Right. So obviously this stuff is security sensitive because we're sharing files to other clients on the network. We don't want like the next worm to go through your intranet. So we have to think very carefully about what we're doing and the resources we're using and ways we're locking things down, etc. So of course we are running an extra daemon. That comes with a cost. It takes 4 megabytes of RSS, and it takes about 300 milliseconds of CPU time for sharing, I don't know, half a dozen files. And another immediate question would be, why don't you just use something existing? Why do you recreate something when other stuff exists already, like BitTorrent or IPFS? BitTorrent poses a huge problem because any BitTorrent traffic on a network is immediately suspicious from lots of network admins. It's also a very heavy library, and it's doing things. It's actually by design, trying to escape your local LAN. So it's trying to connect you on your LAN over the internet to someone else on their LAN. And that's kind of the opposite of what we need to do. So metadata itself is fairly safe to share. It's fine. But if you start sharing other things like firmware, that it contains strong encryption, and we have regulations like ITAR and EAR, which say that you're not allowed to ship that data to countries like Syria and South Sudan and things like that. Otherwise, lots of bad things happen. And so we have to worry about this kind of thing. With IPFS, you can do some of that. And we actually experimented using IPFS for about a year, but it got really expensive because you have to have like an internet IPFS bridge. And also you have to require the users to running a very specific client written in Go, which is actually quite heavyweight. It also takes about 3 minutes to get a request over IPFS for a specific file using IPNS. And we need responses within about 100 milliseconds. Because if we're using this thing on the CLI, if we can't get it from IPFS or Passim or BitTorrent, we need to fall back to the kind of upstream kind of direct downloads without the user having to wait 6 minutes on a progress bar. Okay, so we've got this cool thing. It allows us to share files. Who can download them? Well, by default, you have to have the SHA-256 hash of the thing that you're after. And so what you'd say is you say, right, I need the file that has the SHA-256 hash of this long key. And you ask, using Asahi, you sort of say, hey, who's got this file? And servers on your client, or servers on your network will say, yep, I've got this file, and they return some data. And you just download it off HTTP. Like I said earlier, we sort of limit how many times that you can do this, so that you don't like DOS one machine. And we also limit publishing. So if you want to like put a file onto Passim so that you share it with your LAN, you have to be the root user. Now we might, I'm not sure, maybe yes or no, we might add some sort of policy kit rule to allow non-root stuff to publish files in Passim. But at the moment, it's only stuff like FWD, package-kit-d, stuff that's running as capsysadmin, UID0. The files themselves get stored somewhere sort of nice and safe and secure, without repermission, varlib, passim, and we store the data rather than naming it a database. We just stick it as an exatter on the file. The only thing we have a database for is like an audit log, which is kind of useful. So the obvious question is, if you can only download via the hash, where do you get the hash from? And that's a really good question. So I don't want to get into the business of like a zero trust network where you can do this and the other. The easiest thing is just go to the internet, request 100 bytes of what is the latest hash for today's metadata. So using your existing DNS sort of base, sort of certificate pinning or whatever you're using to get the like what is the SHA-56 of the proper metadata, just like you would with a metalink file, and then you request that. So then the next obvious thing is, what's stopping you have a laptop on your local LAN which says, yep, I've got that file, and then you return some random binary. Well, yeah, you could do that. That's totally fine. But if you do that, to stop that actually happening, is you have to check some of the data that gets returned from Passim to make sure. So if you request checksum ABC and you get some data back, you need to make sure that that data is actually ABC. You could cause a denial of service doing that, I suppose, but in the same way, on your client, in your local network, you could have like a process creating 1 million printers in the same kind of sort of trouble way. And if there is a failure, we sort of fall back to the HTTP way. So nearly done. So if you want to debug this stuff and actually find out what's being shared, there's a website which is hosted, which is only available on localhost, which shows you the files, how many times they've been shared, the size, etc. There's also a command line tool, which is Passim status, which Passim also has publish, unpublish, etc. This shows you how much you've saved, etc. I guess that's kind of the takeaway here is that when you have an internet service that's providing billions and billions of files, it's not free. It's not free from a money point of view, and it's not free from like a carbon electricity point of view either. And so it's kind of our responsibility as developers to make this stuff as efficient as possible, not just for battery life, but from a planet resource consumption point of view. And so kind of my takeaways here is we should work out what other type of metadata we can share. Like ad block metadata seems an obvious one. Maybe repo data is another easy one. You have to be slightly careful sharing too much stuff. Like for instance, one of the things FWD can do, but it's disabled by default, is share the firmware metadata. So the firmware binaries themselves. But if you have a P1 Gen 3 laptop and you download the update and then you immediately share it, people not only know what hardware you've got because you're sharing that file, but they also know that you probably are vulnerable. So if you have a remotely exploitable bug, then you're telling people that you're a target. And so the way we've solved this in FWD is when you share the file, you set a flag on it and you say, this is only valid when I'm running a new version of the firmware and I've rebooted, which sort of solves the package problem as well. We also need to collect some stats, which is really hard because of preserving people's privacy. But we want to find out whether providing Passim is kind of useful. Like if it's only saving a megabyte per user per year, there's no point doing it. But if we're saving petabytes of transfer, then that's like tons of carbon, and it's really worth doing. And of course, we need to keep talking about the privacy and security and all the other things that are really important to all of us, and me included, without sort of scaremongering and sort of saying this is evil because X, Y, Z. So I think that's all I wanted to say. Thank you all for listening. All this feature is in Fedora 40, so play with it now. And fingers crossed the internet traffic does that. I'll also be on the Matrix chat. So if anyone has any questions, queries, worries, let me know or email me, richard@husey.com.
Yeah, we have some time for Q&A. So folks, I'm going to use this fancy little banner here that I have. If you have some questions for Richard, please go ahead and put them in the chat and he can answer them live before we go over to our next session in... Oh, wait, no. This was a 15-minute one. So actually,
yeah, I'm happy to answer questions, but
okay, so we will take this to chat. Actually, I will go ahead and bring up our next speaker, who is Fernando. We're a little bit over time, but that's okay because that's why we put some breaks into the schedule. Thanks, Richard, so much for being here with the release party, and we will see you around in the event chat.
No worries. Thanks all.
All right, Fernando, I'm going to go ahead and bring you on up to the main stage. Welcome.
Hello, hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you and I can see you.
Very good.
There are two options to share. You can either do add source if you have a file locally, or you can just do a screen share.
Yeah, I'm going to share my screen. Give me a second. Okay, should be there.
Perfect.
Good.
All right. Well, Fernando, I'm going to go ahead and pass it over to you for an update on the Mentored Projects Initiative.
Great. So hello, everyone. I'm Fernando. I'm one of the Mentor Project Initiative co-leader. And, well, I'm here today to talk about what we are doing, what we want to do. So everyone involved in Fedora that is attending to this Fedora release party can catch up with us and understand what is our work on the Fedora community. So in essence, what is the Mentor Projects Initiative? It is a long-term goal. Our long-term goal is that interns and mentors know that it's expected of them entering a Fedora Mentor project, and also they have a smooth onboarding process. But in order to get that, we need to do some stuff, like we are trying to provide a community space for mentors and mentees to connect with each other. We are creating new role handbooks to onboard and guide participants. In essence, if you are not familiar with the word, rule handbook is kind of some documentation that can be used as a guidance, so you know how to apply to projects, how to communicate with mentees or with your mentors, what is expected from you, just to make it easier to understand how you can participate with mentor projects. And then we plan to advocate the new role handbooks and also the community spaces. So when we say initiative, it's because this is a community initiative. And that means that a bunch of people from Fedora community, we get together with a common goal, which is this one, and we decided to work on it, asking for support from the Fedora Council. Who is involved on the initiative? So the leaders of initiative is Mira, me, Fernando, and then we have an executive sponsor from Council, which is Jonas Zizek, and thank you very much for all your help. It makes a lot of sense that Jonah is helping us because she is part of the DEI group, and this initiative is very related with that area of Fedora. And then we have plenty of collaborators like the whole Fedora Councils, and also especially Justin, which is working very close with us. So thank you very much to all of you. Of course, collaborators are also all the mentors and mentees that are participating currently in mentor projects, and also past mentors and mentees that help us providing feedback and so on. Thank you very much, everyone that has been involved, and all of them have been very supportive. So, okay, what happened already? We are looking, we were looking to a 8 months, 12 months plan. And in essence, we met for the first time almost a year ago in August 2023. But to be honest, we didn't propose the initiative to the Fedora Project until November. Then in January, we started the application. Fedora Project applied to Ultramarine. Also, we applied later to Google Summer of Code, but unfortunately, we were not selected there. And the initiative was officially approved by Council around February 2024. So from that, we conducted some interviews with mentors and mentees around March. Then in April, it was the contributors deadline. And in a few days, the Ultramarine internship period is just starting. So good luck to all the mentees and mentors involved. By June, we plan to have some swag or merchandising prepared for mentors and mentees. And in August, we also plan to do a showcase from mentor projects in Flock conference. In September, we expect that the Richie is ending, and we consider that the end of the first iteration. So the idea is that this is going to be a cyclic thing, but it's not going to be an initiative anymore. Part of the initiative is to make it happen regularly. And then the other thing is that at the end, around October, with all the feedback from mentors, mentees, and all the people involved, we will have the role handbooks ready for the next iteration. So ideally, for the next iteration of Ultramarine, Google Summer of Code, and other programs, everyone can use the role handbooks to make the onboard smoother for the mentors, mentee, and everyone. So I have an announcement. So as Justin already mentioned in the last talk, in the initial talk, but we got 3 interns for Richie. We had 2 interns, Passim Isabella and Rosalind Basset, which are going to be contributing to create an outreach strategy, write documentation, run a marketing campaign, and measure the results. And we also have another intern working on create a gateway from webhooks to Fedora messaging, which is Mehmet Baran. So welcome, and I wish you luck on this journey. And I hope that after Richie, you had a very good experience with us, and you keep contributing to Fedora. And I wanted to ask, have you ever participated in Fedora Mentor project before as a coordinator, mentor, mentee? If so, we want your feedback. Feel free to reach us out in Matrix. Here's my Matrix, or if not, you can join that channel, mentoring fedoraproject.org. So I think that should be the whole update here. And I want to give some space for questions. And I already got one, but to check how to. Okay, yeah. So I got one question even before starting the talk, and I wanted to reply to that. The question was basically that, okay, this is currently or Richie, Google Center of Code is very focused on the students, women in tech, and so on. But what happened with seasoned sysadmins that also want to learn something or want to help, but they do, like how they could engage if you are not a student anymore, you have some experience. So in Fedora, we have one of our objectives is that everyone in Fedora is a mentor and also is a mentee. So this is a little bit out of the initiative, but I also want to work on it, and is that I plan to create some kind of mentor program inside Fedora for Fedora people. So if you are a sysadmin, for example, that already has some skills, someone from Fedora Infra can take you and show you how to contribute, how to move forward with Fedora, and how to contribute to Fedora. Okay, there's one more question. What about non-technical mentor projects? So that's a very good question. In Fedora, there's a lot of different people, and not everyone is technical, and their work is also very, very important for us. And they are not out of the loop. They can get in. For example, we have two mentees in Fedora or Richie this year that they are not technical. And all that I said before for the, for example, the sysadmin example I provide, you could apply it to someone with experience in design, marketing, legal, whatever skill you have. It's very probable that we can find a place for you. So if you are not a technical person, but you want to contribute and you don't know how to start, feel free to reach me out, and we could try to probably find something. We will try to find something for you. I'm very sure. More questions? Okay. Doesn't seem so.
Yeah, I put a poll there in the chat, which I thought was really interesting, about whether people knew that we had a mentored projects program. And of the 17 votes, it's actually been pretty split. Like we got 5 people who have participated, 5 people who know about them, 4 people who at least have heard about it, and then 3 people so far that this is the very first time that they are hearing about the mentored projects program in Fedora. So I definitely think that's interesting. But where, just one more time, where can people find out more information or follow up on the Mentored Projects program, Fernando?
So they can find more information on the wiki page that is on the I can share the link. So I'm going to share the link in the chat. So here is the wiki page for the initiative of Mentor Project, and also probably in the matrix room that I already mentioned, mentoring fedoraproject.org. It's a very good place to get in touch with us and ask your questions about mentor projects and so on.
Excellent. Well, Fernando, thank you so much for an introduction and overview of our Mentored Projects program. I'm super excited for us to move forward with the initiative. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and bring you off the main stage, and folks can reach out if they have questions about our Mentored Projects program. And I'm going to go ahead and bring up our next speaker, Ryan, to talk about COSMIC. Oh, I think whoops.
No, it's very nice. Thank you very much.
There's a little bit of a delay on my end too, as I'm clicking things. I'm like, oh, all right, Ryan, I'm going to go ahead and bring you on up to the main stage.
All right.
Let's do it.
Does everything sound good? Can you hear me?
I can hear you, and now I see you too.
Hello.
Excellent.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, I can hear you. All right.
I think there's a little bit of a delay.
Okay, so today, oh, sorry. Yeah.
Right. So I just
today I'm going to be talking about Fedora and COSMIC. So, hello.
Perfect. I was just going to make sure you're all set with the screen share.
Is there a delay or?
There is a delay. I think it might be on my end.
I'm all set.
But in that case, I'm going to go ahead and hand over to you. You can take it away and give us an update on the COSMIC SIG. Over to you, Ryan.
All right. Thank you. Yeah. All right. So hello, everyone. My name is Ryan Brew, and I'm going to be talking about Fedora and COSMIC today. So just a quick personal introduction. I recently graduated from college this May. I actually started using Linux only in the last October, so like 6 months ago. Give me just a sec. Oops. Slideshow. Okay. Hopefully we're good. So I only started using Linux 6 months ago, about a week before the release of Fedora 39. I really fell in love with the open source community. I have contributed to a lot of various projects that have interested me since then. Started out with the Godot engine, but now I'm doing a lot of COSMIC stuff. I tried out COSMIC pre-alpha and really loved it. So I started contributing to it, and then I fell in love with Rust as well. And I currently manage the Fedora COSMIC SIG. So I have kind of a who, what, when, where, why, how about COSMIC. So I'm going to start with who is COSMIC. This is who develops COSMIC, System 76 primarily. They develop Pop! OS, which is another distro, and they've been working on the COSMIC desktop environment for about 2 years now, I think. External contributors, there's a lot of regulars I see, including Joshua Megnoth, Eduardo Flores, Lev Kuchin, and myself. Well, so COSMIC is getting pretty close to being fully translated for most languages. I'd also like to see a lot more third-party contributors join. There's third-party app developers as well that develop with their with the library for that they make. Oh, I'm getting tags. Okay, thank you guys. What is COSMIC? COSMIC is yet another desktop environment. It's developed by System 76. It's built entirely in Rust using a modified version of the ICE GUI toolkit. And then they provide, okay, I'm getting a lot of tags. I want to make sure that, okay, now for real, I'm not going to look at those until the end. I wanted to make sure people could hear me. So it's where were we? COSMIC provides a library on top of ICE called libcosmic, which it kind of has some custom widgets and custom theming, and kind of because ICE is a lower level toolkit, they kind of bring it up to the level of something like GTK. And then I have a picture of COSMIC over on the right. I'm also using COSMIC right now, so if we have any questions about it later, I can show you guys some things. When is COSMIC? I've really found out the answer to that question is when it's ready. There is a blog that provides monthly updates from System 76, but in general, they've said that the alpha, they did say that the alpha would be in March, but then after they expanded the scope of the alpha, they decided to move it to May. And then now I'm not entirely sure, but there is a backlog of bugs that they're working on fixing. And I think they're trying to close in now on the feature set for the alpha. Where is Cosmic? So the places you can find like Cosmic things, the Pop! OS GitHub has all of the repositories for it. All of the projects are GPL 3.0 or MPL 2.0, which is pretty great because anyone can fork it at any time if they so choose. The developer discussions can be found at their Mattermost chat. Personally, I'd like to see them move to Matrix, but of course, for now, they're on Mattermost. Then there's a lot of downstream communities I've found for various distros. There's a NixOS Cosmic Matrix chat. There's, of course, the Fedora COSMIC Matrix chat, which I'll talk about later. And then there's a lot of packaging efforts going on for getting the Cosmic desktop environment in different distros. I'm, of course, working on the one for Fedora, but there's Pop! OS, NixOS, and OpenSUSE as well. Why is Cosmic? So it's pretty important to justify why you're creating something new. I know in the previous discussion, they talked about why they're creating something new when there's something like BitTorrent already out there. But for desktop environments, why are we building Cosmic? So System 76 decided that GNOME, which was their, or GNOME, I'm still new to the Linux community. I'm not sure how you pronounce it, but they were not really working out for their distro anymore. So they decided to develop a desktop environment that was new. They want it to be something that's more modular. They make a lot of components that can be plugged into by third-party components easier than current desktop environments. And they provide an API to build the components off of. The most notable one being Cosmic Applets, which are the things you see on the panel, like the app tray, workspaces view, stuff like that. So it's entirely Rust-based, which I'll say a lot in this presentation. Sorry, I'm kind of a Rust shill, but Rust programs in general are safer than their C and C++ counterparts. We've heard that a lot. And the System 76 developers are also huge fans of Rust. For instance, one of their employees makes RedoxOS, which is a Unix-like microkernel operating system. And they want to make use of modern protocols and standards. So no X11, they're working on Wayland from the jump. Older desktop environments have to deal with their X11 support in the ways that they choose. So how is Cosmic? Cosmic is pretty good so far, I'd say. I mean, I'm using it in my personal, day-to-day use, but I wouldn't recommend it for production use just yet because they describe it as pre-alpha, and it's definitely not up to what they hope for it to be. Here's a little fun graph about the way I've seen desktop environments in my 6 months of using Linux. I see it as largely desktop environments are built around the toolkits that they're based on. So you see stuff like GNOME, Cinnamon, and Budgie. They're GTK based, and they're built in these languages that GTK supports. And then KDE and LXQt, they're built on Qt, of course. And Cosmic is kind of the new kid on the block. They're using Iced, which is just a Rust framework. So then you ask the question, why not GTK and why not GNOME? So System 76 uses GNOME in their current iteration of Pop! OS, and GTK has Rust bindings, and GTK is more battle tested than any Rust GUI framework currently available because that kind of space is still maturing. And GNOME is a really good desktop environment. So, you kind of have to ask, why do you need to make a new desktop environment? There's lots of labor required to start fresh, and you would want to convince third parties to contribute. So you kind of need like a mission statement. Of course, System 76 can provide explanation better than I, but the way I see it, the reason why not GTK is GTK is bindings, which provide less idiomatic experience for Rust devs. And I think they'd like to see the native Rust ecosystem grow even more. So iced is, completely native Rust. It's not bindings to another language. It's completely memory safe and type safe and all of the safeties that we like with Rust. And I think they probably their biggest external contribution is contributing to iced. So of course, I think they want to see the Rust app ecosystem grow in that way. They also build their desktop environment on a lot of components that are built in Rust. Smithy, which is a library kind of like WL Roots, but for Rust compositors. Winit, which is like a window initialization library. AshPD, which is a portals implementation, and quite a lot more. And of course, I linked a website. Rust likes their Are We Blank Yet? They have a Are We GUI Yet? And it shows all of these different frameworks and where they're at for Rust. Why not GNOME? GNOME is a very good desktop environment, and I actually used it for all of my time in Linux, except for when I moved to COSMIC. So the reason why it didn't work out for System 76 is that GNOME libraries are primarily developed for GNOME, and they're not really intended for other desktop environments. They make a lot of libraries that work across desktops, but a lot of the main integrated stuff is made just for GNOME. And it works really well in GNOME's case because everything is very robust and solid on their end. And GNOME's customization offerings are limited to extensions, which are known to break between major versions. I know a lot of people who use dash-to-dock and complain about it, different extensions breaking between major versions. And System 76 wanted to improve on that by making a stable API that developers could build off of. And they were already making heavy customizations to GNOME anyway. Should you be interested, even if you don't end up using COSMIC? I think yes, because having other toolkits for app developers to use helps the Linux ecosystem altogether, because if you have something that supports Linux well, app developers that are developing for other platforms will consider including Linux support just because their toolkit supports it. I also think that healthy competition is good for all desktop environments to grow, and it also brings another person to the, or another entity to the discussion table for a lot of standards and protocols. So I'm going to talk a little bit about COSMIC's components, and I'll get to Fedora right after that. So the first component I wanted to highlight is their compositor. It's Wayland only, and it uses Smithy, which I mentioned earlier. It supports most, if not all, the stable protocols, and a lot of the staging and unstable protocols are pretty well supported. And they're currently working on explicit sync support, which I think is great, of course. COSMIC applets and COSMIC panel, they have configurable, they have configurable panels. As you can see on my desktop, I have a top panel up here. Applets are basically self-contained programs which run independent of the panel itself, but it allows you to customize the software a little more, and third parties can create applets as well. And basically you can rearrange them however you want. You can rearrange the panels however you want. You can have one or two panels. There's a lot of different configurations you can do. So that's something that I found that's quite different from GNOME, but KDE does have the luxury of panel customization. So I also had a couple screenshots of different styles that you could do. You could do GNOME style if you like, basically having only a top panel. You could do the Pop! OS style if any of you are familiar with that. It has a dock at the bottom and a panel at the top. Personally, for me, that's too much screen real estate being taken up. Ubuntu style, which I'm trying out right now just because after the screenshots, I decided I wanted to stick with this one for a bit. And then you can do a KDE style where the panel is at the bottom and it has the app tray there too. Now Now we're going to talk about libcosmic, which is built on top of Iced. It's a UI and widget theme toolkit library. I would say it's kind of comparable to GTK. Iced is kind of lower level that provides basic widgets, but libcosmic builds on top of that and makes everything have a consistent theme, which everyone seems to really like. And there's a lot of base apps developed with libcosmic for the Cosmic desktop environment. I have the text editor up in the top right corner and the file explorer in the bottom right. There's a lot of supplementary tools that also go into building Cosmic. There's a display configuration tool, a screenshot tool, their implementation of portals, and then a lot of separate libraries that can be used in other projects that aren't even related to Cosmic. So Cosmic Text is one of those, and it's actually being used in Zed, which is a new IDE that's being developed for Rust, and I think that's pretty cool. There's a lot of third-party repos. I'm going to jump through this section real quick, but there's lots of applets. Somebody has made a Cosmic application template that can get you started on developing an application with Cosmic's libraries. There's a repo with a project collection that people can contribute to if they have a Cosmic project they want to showcase. So there's a good third-party ecosystem being developed. All right, so finally, we're going to talk about Fedora. So I've used Fedora my whole time on Linux. I did switch around to different distros for a while, but I do think Fedora is such a great experience and has such a great community that overall it's the distro for me. There's a lot of Fedora spins. So once I was looking into Cosmic, I was thinking, how do we make a spin for Cosmic? So that's when I first decided to figure out Fedora packaging, and that was kind of my into Fedora packaging. So this is my my long step-by-step list on how to get a Cosmic spin. So the stuff that we've gotten up to is we have one package approved in Rawhide right now, which is already really good progress. We have packages for basically everything else, but they still have to go through the approval process, and that's currently being worked on. So yeah, it's a lot of steps, but thankfully we have a lot of them done. We've created a special interest group for Cosmic. We've made spec files for all of the Cosmic components. And here's another screenshot of the Cosmic desktop running on Fedora. I personally use Fedora Atomic desktops. So I started out with Silverblue, and I ended up making a custom Atomic image for Fedora Cosmic. What's left to do? Package reviews are still in progress. I have a link here for the bug report that has the meta list for all of the Cosmic packages. Once all the packages are in Rawhide, then I'm going to try to submit a change proposal to hopefully get a Fedora Cosmic spin. And I'm hoping that'll be for Fedora 41, but if the pace of development of Cosmic Stable doesn't pick up, we may have to move it to Fedora 42. But overall, I'm still committed to getting that in Fedora. Can you run Cosmic on Fedora today? If you haven't been paying attention, yes. But you can't do it in the official repos yet. I do have a Copper repository where all of the packages are. They're built daily from Git snapshots, and I just added another warning to not use this in production. There are bugs. Obviously, there's some pretty game-breaking bugs if you have a certain workflow, but my workflow works fine with Cosmic right now, and I'm pretty confident that for most people it'll be working fine, but I'm still adding that warning. How you run Fedora how you run Cosmic on Fedora in the future? Obviously, once it becomes stable, it'll be recommended to use the official Fedora repos. Currently, we just have one package approved, and that's the compositor. But Rawhide's packages aren't being updated daily. So still recommended to use the Copper for now. Can you contribute to Fedora Cosmic? If any of this sounds interesting, yes. We're looking for contributors all the time. The Cosmic Matrix chat, which I'll put inside the the release party matrix chat is open to anybody, not just contributors. And the ways you can contribute, you can submit bug reports for COSMIC, and you can also submit downstream bug reports if you do try the copper route. And if you love Rust as much as I do, you can consider contributing to the upstream. The people there are really awesome, and they'll help you get started. If you're a package maintainer, then it'd be really helpful to have people maintaining the COSMIC packages in Rawhide. Currently, that'll be just me unless we have more people step up. And then spreading the word about Fedora COSMIC and participating in the community is always welcome. All right, special thanks. These people have really helped me out throughout my entire journey in Linux and COSMIC especially. Neil Gampa, he's really everywhere. He advised me through the entire process of creating a Fedora special interest group. He sponsored me as a package maintainer, and he's been working on reviewing the packages now. Fabio Valentini, he's the Rust SIG maintainer. He's really great and underappreciated. He works tirelessly on maintaining a lot of Rust crates for Fedora. And he also has answered a lot of my questions regarding Rust to RPM, which he maintains. Joseph Gayoso, which I think that's how you say it, but you can correct me later. He does marketing for Fedora, and he's just super passionate about everything Linux, and he's awesome. He's been awesome about getting the word out about Fedora COSMIC. I'd like to thank all of System 76. All of their employees are really awesome, and they're really wonderful to work with upstream, and they also help out with problems downstream as well, which not all upstreams do. And then I'd like to thank the COSMIC community, and of course, everyone who made Fedora 40 possible, because it truly is a great distribution, and everyone did a wonderful job putting it together. All right, I don't know if I have time for questions. I may have gone over, not sure. Looks like I've done a decent job.
And we do have, since we have a break after this session, we do have some time to go over, because actually the Q&A is overflowing. You have 9 questions here, so I've got the thread open, so I can help out with bringing them to the front. I'm going to go ahead and hide the screen share, so that way it's just you and me up here. So
okay,
I do not see them
so
ranked.
Will I just have to look through the matrix for the questions, or?
I've got them here for you. I'll go through them with you. The first question,
thank you.
We'll go 10 minutes. We'll see how far we can get in 10 minutes. So the first question here.
All right, sounds good.
Also, folks, yeah, if folks can, if you look in the thread, you can upvote your favorite questions, and I'll use that as a way to prioritize what questions we go through. Otherwise, I'm going to go through these sequentially. So the first question is, what inspired you to bring COSMIC to Fedora and launch a SIG in the Fedora community?
All right, good question. So honestly, once I started looking at COSMIC, I was kind of like, this is another desktop environment. Doesn't seem that interesting. And to be honest, I think the thing that got me passionate about it was I tried it. There was a Fedora atomic image that one of the employees had made that was kind of a test image. And it wasn't working at first, and it was 3 months old, so I had to go fix it. Once I did, I tried it, and I was like, there are some things that I would like to fix about this desktop environment. There were some things not implemented yet, and I felt like it could become something that I would really enjoy. And I think a lot of open source contribution is like, if you find something that you use or you want to use that frustrates you, you go in and fix it. If you have the know-how. And since I was using Fedora at the time, I was like, I really need to combine these things, you know? I want to see COSMIC on Fedora, and I feel like if I don't want to wait around seeing if someone's going to do it, I'd rather try and do it myself. And it's been a really good process to get involved with Fedora, and the process has been pretty nice getting a SIG together. Does that answer the question well? I'm not sure.
Yeah, I think so. It was actually, that one was my question, but you are definitely getting a lot of love in the chat from our Fedora community.
That's great. Yeah.
So let's see here. I'm looking at there's been a few upvotes here, and it looks like the most upvoted one is question number 7. Is there any kind of support you would like to have from non-engineering parts of Fedora, like marketing, design, documentation, or anything else?
Yeah, so we could use, we've gotten a lot of support for marketing. I feel like it's been great having Joseph get the word out a little bit. For documentation and stuff like that, that's always helpful. If you find any problems with the current packaging, or if you, if you want to document certain behavior for Cosmic on Fedora, then that would be helpful. I know that, a lot of other desktop environments are very well documented on Fedora, and this is kind of new territory. So basically, if anybody has any expertise doing something for another desktop environment, that would be helpful here as well, I imagine. But yeah, joining in the Matrix chat, I'll put the Matrix chat in here real quick. If you just have any sort of expertise and are wondering how you can help out, then we'd be happy to see where you fit in.
Awesome. Our next most upvoted question, there's still some more votes coming in. Looks like question number 6. Are there any issues with using apps made for Cosmic on other desktop environments?
That's a good question. I think the funniest issue I had for a while, which has been fixed since then because everything's rapidly changing, is I was trying, I think it was their file manager on KDE. And for a while, they didn't have minimize support implemented in their toolkit. So you just weren't able to minimize the window at all. But I think having tried out a couple of Cosmic apps, they actually work generally like you'd expect from most apps. I haven't noticed any, game-breaking issues for libcosmic specifically on other platforms. And I think you can try out a couple of Cosmic apps. I know on a FlatHub, there's, I don't know if it's probably flathub.org, now that I think about it. There's the first Cosmic app I could find on FlatHub was Cosmic Web Apps by 11hsoft. The toolkit is still maturing, but everything is pretty simplistic when it comes to the theme. This allows you to create desktop entries, I'm pretty sure, for web apps. I haven't tried it yet, so I'm not sure if that's what it does, but I think that's what it does. Nice. So yeah, if you want to try out a Cosmic app, then that's a third-party one, but you can try it out on FlatHub.
Awesome. Let's see. Looks like then we've got a few that are actually upvoted to 4. So let's go with question 9, which is from JCass. How does Cosmic handle using GNOME apps like Fractal visually?
That's a good question. Whenever I had Fractal, I switched back to Element, but Fractal was actually pretty well. It worked pretty well on Cosmic. I switched back to Matrix only because Fractal was missing a couple features that I needed, but GNOME apps work pretty well. Unfortunately, I don't have any installed as far as I know, but GTK apps work good. GNOME apps work good. Yeah, I don't. Disk usage. I bet Logs is a GNOME app. Yeah, so it works like you'd expect. There is an icon missing. I'm pretty sure that's Cosmic's icon theme is probably messing that up. But other than that, it looks like everything works fine with Logs. So there's one. I think most GNOME apps will just work fine. Is it GNOME or GNOME? How do you say it?
Oh, geez. I say GNOME.
Yeah, I'm putting it on the spot here.
But it is. I saw earlier in the chat. This is one of those like could be like a Linux holy war kind of topic.
Yeah.
GNOME or GNOME.
Mm-hmm. I've heard different YouTubers say either way. It's like I don't know.
There is an answer, and I feel like I should know because someone from GNOME told me once. And I don't know if I'm even saying it.
Yeah.
But anyway.
Yeah. Have someone
so we've got probably time
angrily be like,
time.
no.
Yeah. So we've got time for about four more minutes. Yeah, there's a weird delay that's happening here, and I think it's on my end. But we have about 4 more minutes for.
I think I can tell. Yeah.
Yeah. Definitely something for me. Feedback for next time. But here's another one that looks like a good one. At this point, I think we're all at kind of the 3 upvotes or less. Is there an easy way to try and play around with Cosmic on a Fedora base at the moment?
Yes. So the Copper, of course, I maintained a Cosmic. Getting it out in a VM has had. Oh, did I lose connection? Hello. It's telling me that I lost connection.
It did stutter there for a minute. Maybe if you start over.
Okay. So if you wanted to try it in like a VM, there's been mixed results because Cosmic Comp doesn't currently support software rendering. That's slated for Alpha 2. But if you wanted to try it on bare metal, or if you have like a hardware acceleration in a VM, you can try it through the Copper. If you wanted to try it through an Atomic desktop, Universal Blue actually has a Cosmic image that I actually originated, and I moved it over to Universal Blue after the guys over there reached out to me. They're great people, and I think they have a presentation as well, so go see that. But yeah, you can rebase to Cosmic. They have regular Cosmic. They have Cosmic with GNOME installed and Cosmic with KDE installed. So if you need a fallback desktop environment, if you're not entirely ready to switch over, then I'd recommend getting one with the GNOME or KDE as a fallback. But yeah, if you go to the Copper as well, the instructions are there, so I can put this Copper in the Matrix chat as well. The instructions are right here, depending on whether you use Atomic or not. But yeah, and report bugs upstream and downstream.
Excellent. So we have time for probably one last question before we go to our break. And I'm going to cheat a little bit. I'm going to choose a moderator's favorite question, which is one that in from David, and I think it's actually a really good question. Do you have a Cosmic working group to help you with the packages that support Cosmic?
That would be wonderful. So I'm still learning about the intricacies of Fedora's management and all that. So I think I didn't even realize that we could make a working group, but I will definitely be looking into that, and I'll probably ask Neil about it because he's kind of been my contact for everything Fedora related because he's been around and he knows a lot about it. But it'd be nice to have some help maintaining the packages once they become stable, and even before then as well. So yeah.
Excellent. Well, you definitely have gotten quite a bit of excitement here in the chat today with this presentation. So I think you're on the right track, getting some more visibility and interest around Cosmic on Fedora.
Yeah.
All right. Well, we are about 5 minutes past the scheduled time, so I think we will go ahead and wrap up here before we go to our break. Thank you so much, Ryan, for coming up on the main stage and sharing about Cosmic with the Fedora community.
Thank you, everyone. Yeah. All right, bye.
See ya. All right, so we are going to take a brief break, and I'm going to show that with this handy little banner there. But we will be back. It is currently, let's take a look at the time. It is 2:35 UTC or 10:35 in the morning US Eastern. We'll be back at 2:45 UTC or 10:45 a.m. US Eastern. So this is a great time to go and get a beverage break, take a quick refresher, take a stretch, walk around, and we'll be back in about 10 minutes with our next speakers, Tomasz and Akash, on the GitForge Arc investigation update, and then a preview about Fedora Week of Diversity from Emma and Chris. So we'll be right back after this brief scheduled break. right. So that was a pretty brief break there, about 10 minutes, but we're going to go ahead. We're not quite ready to start, but I'm going to go ahead and bring our next speakers on stage to do some of the audio video debugging and troubleshooting. Let's go ahead and bring Tomasz and Akash up onto the stage. Howdy, folks. Welcome to the party.
How's it going?
I'm going to have to get used to this crazy delay that I have on my end. So there's two ways that you can share your presentation. You can either share the screen directly using the share screen, or if you have it downloaded offline, you can add a source and upload your slides to Restream.
I have added the slides.
I don't see them in Restream yet. Usually when they pop, if you add it, it should pop up here on the side, and then I can bring it on.
Oh, I had to click present. Okay.
Aha. There we go. Excellent. All right. Well, we are now at 45 minutes after the hour, unless you're in India, then which it's 15 minutes after the hour, I believe. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to our next two speakers, Tomasz and Akashdeep, to talk about the legend, the myth, the GitForge investigation. All right, folks, I'm going to go and hand it over to you, and I'll be in the sidelines if anything comes up. Over to you.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Justin. Tomasz, can you hear me? Yeah, cool. Right. Hello, everyone. I'm Akashdeep Dhar, an elected representative to Fedora Council, as well as a software engineer in a Red Hat Community Platform Engineering team. I'm accompanied by my friend Tomasz Rechka here, who is also an elected representative to FESCO and a product engineering to the Red Hat Community Platform Engineering team. Today, we'll be talking about the updates from the GitForge ARC investigation. So let's move on to the next slide. Weird, it did not update at my end.
I clicked on the next slide. Yep.
Yeah, it has a certain amount of delay, I guess, some growing pains right there. Right, so one of the key outcomes regarding the GitForge situation in its entirety was that in the Fedora Council face-to-face hackfest that happened earlier this year, it was decided that we do not see Pagure as being a viable solution for hosting our projects. And the resources about the announcement made by our Fedora project lead can be found over there. Feel free to click on that link. And this announcement encompasses the entire decision that was taken by Fedora Council and the things that led to that happening. As such, we'll be sunsetting Pagure at a later date, which will be very far into the future. You don't have to worry about moving your stuff right now, and will provide you with ample time, a lot of time for the migration to take place. And there will be tools available for that to happen, so you don't have to worry right now. But speaking about moving to a certain different place, we also thought about what alternatives we can move into. And a couple of those that we thought of was GitLab CE or GitLab Community Edition, as well as Forgeo, which is a fork of Gitia, which in turn is a fork of Gogs. And these were the two that we narrowed down. We had a bunch of other choices as well, but we wanted to make sure that we were not punished for our growth in community, growth in terms of user base with respect to the economy, related to the per user basis of certain managed resources. And therefore, we decided that we would want to host these services in-house with the help from folks at the Red Hat Community Platform Engineering team, but mostly the folks from the Fedora infrastructure. Next slide, please. Yeah, it has this spinning thing. I'm going to assume that it has gone to the next slide, but if it's not, yeah, now it is perfect. Yeah, so for a move as big as this one, because it's a GitForge, it has everything from our code bases to design assets to documentation, you name it. we could use all the help that we can get to make this thing happen. And for that, the advanced reconnaissance team or the ARC team could use your help, both in respect of representing your use case, depending on what you use your Git forges for, as well as for making sure that Fedora infrastructure is help from the community to make this big move happen. Here are some resources where you can visit. Take, for instance, the ARC investigation issue tracker number 164. You can visit there, let us know about your use case from the dist-git, as well as the kind of alternatives that, the kind of use cases that you expect from the alternatives to happen. As well as there is a tag, it's called git-forge-future in Fedora discussions, which you can make use of to talk about this. As always, the most synchronous means of communication, Fedora chat, is available. There's a Fedora-ARC room over there that you can join right now if you want to participate in making this thing happen. Regarding the requirements, we were going far and wide to make sure that we accounted for things like the suitability of the alternative that we choose, how well it fits with the workflows that we have established so far, with respect to ticketing as well, because even Bugzilla is something that we want to replace with this move. The maintenance of resources with respect of both human resources as well as the economy involved in it. How easy or difficult would it be to migrate atop it? How easy is it to extend a certain project to add a certain set of extensions to it? Documentation, and how well it fits with our vision about a project that we would want to make use of for our community. But with that, I'm going to pass it over to Tomasz, who would cover the remaining slides. Over to you.
Of course, I need to be unmuted. Can you hear me all right?
Awesome.
Cool. So I'll talk a little bit more about the requirements, what we are, why and what we are exactly going to replace. So there are two sets of requirements that we got. First one was coming from Council, where they, this is what you see on the slide, this kind of distilled version of it, where they tasked us with replacing basically all the processes or all the processes that are related to packaging, related to releases from point of view of QA, where you have some blocker bugs, you have meetings about blocker bugs, triaging of those into the releases. Also, the usual processes for maintaining a SIG and having everything in one place, which is currently, I think, done in GitLab. Also, we are taking into and we are keeping in mind the cost of the project itself. This does not mean only money kind of cost, but as Akash mentioned, it's a lot of manpower. Somebody has to be there to maintain those services. Somebody has to be there to apply updates. Somebody has to be there to fix issues and solve issues. The other set of the requirements that we start gathering are coming from you, Fedora users and contributors, and what they are asking you to provide us are the user stories that you use GitForge for. You may ask yourself, why are you asking for user stories when user stories are usually used for software development? But for us, comparing two pieces of software based on user stories is much more precise and much more easier to do than just compare them. Just compare the processes. So in any way, we will have to create the user stories, and your user stories will help us because we might not think of everything. We will definitely keep all the functionality that we currently have. Nothing will be removed. So none of the functionality that you're used to have, it will stay there. It will just maybe have a different UI, maybe have a little bit different process. And this brings me to time frame of this investigation. So we are currently gathering requirements. As Akash mentioned, and at the end of the presentation, there will be a link to ARC tracker with the ARC investigation where people are sharing their user stories. We plan to finish later this month, like at the end of the May, and start with the investigation work in June. And objective of this investigation is not to provide answer to the question which one, but to give a comprehensive list of solutions, of possibilities that both solutions provide us with. So we will not be recommending, hey, Fedora Council, you should use GitLab because we like GitLab, or you should use Forgero because I am a huge Forgero fan, and I am. But we will provide Council with comprehensive list of features and comparison of those two solutions. And based on that, we will move on to implement proof of concept, but that's far, far away in the future. The next milestone that we will have is Flock to Fedora. So at Flock, we will present the result of the investigation, the comparison, and we will hand it over to Council probably right there. And as I mentioned, here's just a list of resources that you can follow. There's the Council announcement, there are the discussion threads, there's the tracker for user stories. And with this, I think that's all from us. And as mentioned in the slides, please join us in the metrics room and provide us with your inputs. What do you like to have and what it's important for you?
Excellent. Thank you both for the overview of the GitForge conversation. For folks who are listening and watching in the stream, please put your questions into the thread. I just bumped that thread in the Matrix event chat, and we will use that to thread conversations. We can upvote the most popular questions as they come in, but I'm just going to go sequentially for now. We probably have time to get through both of these so far. The first one, I think you did end up answering this later in the presentation. The question came in a little bit early, so you might just circle back to this one. But when is the plan to switch to GitLab? Every few months, there's some discussion, and then it pauses. My main understanding about why this is happening is because GitLab is not set up to work with most of the old Pagure infrastructure and tooling. Is that true? And is there any chance of Fedora receiving any funding or help from Red Hat as part of this transition?
So let me maybe answer this. And okay, yes, this is a question that we are discussing for a long time, and the reason for that is because it is not a simple decision to make. And as it goes for GitLab, we are not sure we'll migrate to GitLab. We will definitely not migrate to hosted GitHub. We will be GitLab. We will be self-hosting our GitLab instances ourselves because we believe that Fedora, as a distribution, we should have our infrastructure in our hands. And basically, GitForge, as we use it, is the basic building stone of everything. All the packages are going through there, and we would like to have it self-hosted. So we will definitely not be running on GitLab.com. There is also pricing for that. Most of the companies that are providing services are not really used to open source projects like Fedora, where you have, I can only speak for packages, you have like 30,000 Git repositories just for packages, not counting anything else. That's a huge amount. So when do we, to answer the question, when, hopefully we will get a POC that's coming out of this investigation with the release of Fedora 42. It's not set in stone. We will not be replacing anything in Fedora 42, but we would like to have a proof of concept deployed in Fedora infrastructure for Fedora users to try, test on, and give us feedback on.
Magic number 42. So next question that we have, this is one of my questions, is that you did hint at some personal preferences earlier in the presentation, but I'm curious about your investigation so far. What do you see as the 2 to 3 biggest challenges with this migration?
So the absolutely biggest will be, the biggest challenge I can see clearly is how much of our processes are affected by GitForge, Bugzilla. Bugzilla is obvious, but not to everybody. Not everybody understands how many stuff is flowing through the Bugzilla, and will therefore flow through the GitForge. And my personal preference, so yeah, I would prefer Forgero to be the one, but it's not my work to choose or to do investigations based on my preference. So I'm trying to be objective and trying to consider everything as it can be. And the other, in the age of modern web applications, the other issue that there is how do we provide our users with a service that does not require them to download content from third parties that are not Fedora related? And this is actually an issue. In the day of web apps, when you have all the JavaScripts which are downloading from third parties, you have all the Google Analytics and all the other stuff that's everywhere. So there are a bunch.
Akash, you want to tag along on that one too?
I'm going to agree to the workflows part as being one of the biggest challenges. There's a bunch of stuff that we do in Fedora Project that's very specific to us. And it can be a bit difficult to, kind of mold them around a certain alternative that might not be made with that thing kept in mind. But yeah, that's what we're here for, fixing challenges.
Excellent. So there's a few more questions in the thread. So I do encourage both of you to check that out after the talk. But I think we have a time. This one looks like a quick one. So I think we can cover this one before we bring the next speakers on. Is the use of dist-git also a part of the Forge implementation?
Yes, it is. It's not just about replacing Git hosting, but it's also about replacing dist-git. That was actually the first point that we were asked by council to investigate, the feasibility of it.
All right. So there is one more question in there. Is it totally impossible to go back to Pagure? But I think we're going to have to do that one through the chat. So Tomasz and Akash, definitely check out the Q&A thread. But otherwise, thank you so much for the update on the Git Forge. I know this is a very hot topic in the community these days, and I appreciate you taking some time out to talk to the community about what's going on behind the scenes with this conversation.
Totally. Thank you, folks, for being here.
Behind the scenes. Anyways, thanks, folks. See you next time. All right. So I'm going to go ahead and prepare for our next speakers to come on up. Let's say hello to Emma and Chris. Whoops.
Oh, am I gone? Oh,
now you're back.
Okay.
There we go.
It's a cool platform.
It is. It's worked pretty well so far, and we're just using the free version. So if it works out well, maybe we'll keep going with this. And then I can put the Fedora wallpaper as the background. It'll be nice and pretty, very Fedora branded.
Beautiful.
All right. Well, we are pretty much at time, so let's go ahead and I see your screen share here.
Oh yes.
It looks right to me. I will go ahead and jump off and be on the sidelines. If anything comes up, I'll be here to help. But otherwise, I will turn it over to both of you for an update on Fedora Week of Diversity.
Hello.
Ooh, thank you.
So, hello everyone, and welcome to our session. Emma and I are here to talk about the Fedora Week of Diversity, also known as FWD. It's a special week where we celebrate the incredible diversity in the Fedora community and explore how it enriches our open source projects. Next slide, please. So we'll just briefly talk about the agenda for the presentation. There's an overview, the origin of the event and how it links to the Fedora strategy of 2028, the statistics of the Fedora Week of Diversity of 2022, and how to be part and take part in the Fedora Week of Diversity for this year. Next slide. Next slide, please. So for the overview now, we're talking about the who. Who is behind the Fedora Week of Diversity? Who is responsible for it? What is it for? Who is it for? So the Fedora Week of Diversity is organized by a group of people from the Diversity, Equity and Inclusion team. There has been several weeks of collaboration towards having a week that will showcase the Fedora's commitment towards diversity and inclusion. So there has been hard work towards this for a lot of weeks. I don't want to give a number to say. So the event is aimed at the Fedora community as the whole. Sorry, I'm having problem reading the slides from here. Can I maybe share my own screen? The text are
Yeah,
too
of
small.
course, if that's easier.
Okay. Okay. So is my screen visible?
Yeah, it is.
Okay. So the event is aimed at the Fedora community as a whole and anyone else in the open source community. So it's not generally just a Fedora event. Everybody is welcome to take part in it and enjoy the event. So what is the event? The Fedora Week of Diversity is an annual event that will take place from June, the 17th of June to the 22nd of June 2024. Throughout the week, we'll be publishing interviews of community members highlighting their contributor stories, their incredible journey so far, and what they have achieved over the time they have spent in Fedora. So the interviews will be shared throughout the week, and we'll wrap it up with a virtual event that will be on that 22nd and 21st. The event will be featuring talks, panel discussions, and social activities. The Fedora Week of Diversity is a great opportunity to learn how people contribute to open source communities and what they have been able to achieve. So where similar to this event, the event will be completely virtual. The event will be completely virtual, and the interview will be published on the community blog and Instagram stories. The conference will take place in metrics similar to this event. The registrations are already open on Quitix for now, so we can use this link to register. It will be live streamed straight to YouTube and added as a widget in the metrics room, similar to this event. So when I already mentioned this, it will happen by June 17th to 22nd. Series of interviews with the community will be at the first days of the event towards the end, where we'll wrap up with a virtual event, a virtual two-day event. So why? There are a variety of reasons why the Fedora Diversity exists. First and foremost is a chance to celebrate and highlight the amazing people who make Fedora what it is. We want to recognize the hard work and dedication of our community members and all they have been doing in the Fedora community and how they have been doing it. We also want to encourage contributors across Fedora to connect and collaborate. It's the Fedora Week of Diversity also stands for collaboration. We want to see more collaboration and look forward to collaboration with individuals and contributors, how they share and learn on projects. So it also provides an opportunity for people to learn about free and open source software and inspire them to jumpstart their free and open source software journey. The Fedora Week of Diversity is a time where we come together to honor the diverse voices, perspectives, and skills that enrich our vibrant community. So I'll just be chipping in this year. The DIE team were looking for volunteers to indicate interest and craft a short video for the week, for the Fedora Week of Diversity. So we just want you to share a message. Simply, you can record it with your phone. It's very simple, very simple video, very short video. Just share a message from every culture, every language, every walk of life. Fedora brings us together as one community. Thank you. So I'll be passing it on to Emma now to take it on from here.
Okay, thanks. I'll just share my screen again. Oh, lovely. Get rid of that. Okay, nice. Yeah, so the Fedora Strategy 2028 then. So how does this event, I suppose, link in with our strategy for 2028? So there was two kind of particular points that jumped out to me that kind of seem related. So reaching the world. So Fedora maintains a strong network of thriving local communities around the world. And then also the community sustainability. So everyone in Fedora has a mentor and everyone in Fedora is a mentor. So I suppose that one's kind of more obvious with like the whole like knowledge share and kind of getting to know other people in the community, kind of putting a face to, you know, usernames behind the screen. It's very important, and I suppose it would kind of break down that barrier for some people to kind of reach out to other contributors that they'd see would be active within the community. Origins of the event then. So FWD used to stand for Fedora Women's Day, and that would have been an event or a series of local events that would have highlighted the women and non-binary contributors in open source communities. So this would have changed to Fedora Week Diversity in March of 2021 following a DEI meetup, and it also became a virtual event. So the change, I suppose, was just to kind of encapsulate more people in the event, let more people kind of come in and like celebrate their diversity. And also then in 2021, you know, it was the middle of the pandemic, so it made sense to become a virtual event. But I suppose making it virtual makes it more accessible for more people. You know, people mightn't be able to show up to events in person. And there's just a link there to previous Fedora Women's Days. There would have been quite a few of them. So if you're curious there, it's just very interesting to look back on. So statistics from our last week of diversity, which was 2022. We didn't have one in 2023, but we'll come back to that. So in 2022, it was on Hopin, so we were able to get some statistics. So we had 62 registrants, and of those, 68% turned up. From the survey we would have done after the event, it was 9.3 out of 10, which is very good. And then there was 26 badges claimed. And I also will add there will be a badge for this week of diversity, if I'm not mistaken. So another reason to come along. And the regional diversity then of that event, as you can see, our most popular one would have been the country of others, which I think that was a stupid joke. But but no, yeah, it would have been the United States and India coming in closely behind. So yeah, interesting to see all the different people that will be coming along. Past events then. So in 2021, we would have done a series called Fedora Stories. So it just they were like kind of mini interviews with different people around the community, and just kind of giving highlights from their, you know, contributor journey and things like that. And I suppose that again would have helped kind of put a face to people behind the screen, kind of get people kind of familiar with each other, and just interesting to hear people from different backgrounds and how they got into the project. In 2022, yeah, that was the one that was on Hopin. You can see the schedule for that year. So there were some interesting talks like Be a Gender Ally by Sarah, which is a very powerful talk. There was one by me talking about the accessibility working group, a panel discussion about diversity in open source, and then also like a fun social event. So that would have been Kahoot, and we'll also have another social event this year. Yeah, so in 2023, we would have ran Fedora Appreciation Week instead. So we just kind of focused all our attention on this week, and then kind of started working towards this year's event. They're quite similar, but Fedora Appreciation Week, it's about the people themselves thanking each other and kind of highlighting their peers' work, whereas the Fedora Week Diversity is more about the DEI team finding and highlighting these diverse voices. And also last year it would have tied in with Fedora's 20th anniversary as well. So it's quite a nice way to celebrate. Yeah, so joining details then. So as mentioned before, I would have shared it in the chat earlier. It's the same as this event, register on Pretix and you get added into the room then. And it will also be streamed to the Fedora YouTube channel. And just to make sure if you're watching it that way and not doing it through the Matrix room, to go to the Streams tab on Fedora. So it'll pop up there because it won't come up under videos because they separate them for some reason. And yeah, I probably talked really fast, but we are at the end. So I don't know if there's any questions in the audience today. Justin's coming back.
Yeah, we do have 2 questions here so far.
Lovely.
I was just trying to find the thread so I can bump it for our live audience. Add questions here. So the first question that we have is, what is something that you are both personally excited about for Fedora Week of Diversity?
I suppose for me, I'm just excited to see everyone, you know, which I know sounds silly, but like, but just excited to see everyone and kind of just celebrate all the different kinds of people that are within the community. It's nice. It's kind of like a nice vibe, you know. So I'm looking forward to that.
Another thing to be happy about is usually the interviews that will be published on the community blog. It's always very nice to hear people's different thoughts on things and how things has been there. It's like living through someone else by reading their stories. It's always very inspiring that way. So I'm always looking forward to reading the interviews.
Amazing. And then the second question that we have, I don't know if this might be more of an infrastructure question, but I'll put it out next board. Can we bring back the
Oh, I wouldn't know anything about that now. I've heard of them, but I'm not familiar.
Yeah. Well, that one might also, now that we have Community Shift back, I'd say that would be something, if someone was interested in working on a Python Django project, it's definitely somewhere that we could use contribution. But Happiness Packets, I'll put a link here in the public chat, is this open source project that's mission is basically to help people get better at remembering to thank each other and share their gratitude and appreciation with each other. And in 2019, we had a fork of that project as an outreachy project for Fedora Happiness Packets. And it reskinned the website to the Fedora brand. And it actually worked with the Fedora messaging bus. So like theoretically, you could get Fedora badges or other things by sending and receiving thank you notes to other Fedora contributors. However, the project has been on ice for a little bit, mostly because we had challenges with deployment, and then COVID happened, and then a lot of things happened. So if that is something that's interesting to someone, feel free to reach out to me. But I know that's definitely more of an infrastructure question. I think this next one is probably one that's a little bit easier for both of for Week of Diversity is, where do we sign up to participate in future events other than this specific Week of Diversity?
Does that mean kind of how to join the team rather, or?
Yeah, you know what? I think it probably is a question about joining the team, because that's where we drive all these events through the DEI team.
Yeah, exactly. I have to look up on the Fedora on the docs page just to see if there's a page on our meetings. Because I do know we meet every 2 weeks, isn't it, Justin?
That sounds right.
Yeah, it kind of alternates between Matrix and then video and audio meetings, and then also if you want to become a member, there's a process to follow in the GitLab. I'll just see if I can find the meeting guide. I don't know if it's been updated with the new layout, but I'd say just join our Matrix channel for the time being, and then I know we'll be able to post the meeting times in there. Sorry, I kind of glitched out there for a sec.
No problem. Perfect. All right. And that looks like the end of our questions. I'm just going to scroll through the main chat just to see if there was something that did not make it into the thread. But I believe that was everything. All right. Well, thank you, Emma and Chris, for the update on Fedora Week of Diversity. I am super excited to see it all come together next month, and also continue the new tradition of using Matrix as our event platform for virtual events in Fedora. So with that, thank you again, both of you. Enjoy the rest of the release party. I'll go ahead and send you off stage here.
Okay. Thanks, Justin. Thanks, Chris. Bye.
Perfect. So with that, we are now going to take a little bit early on our break, but this one's going to be a little bit longer than the last one. So I know for a lot of folks, this might be around lunchtime, maybe breakfast time, depending on what time zone you're in, or maybe even dinner time. Actually, you know what? We've got all the time zones, so it's all time for meals. But we're going to be on break for about the next 40 minutes. That is going to be until 1600 UTC, 4 p.m. UTC, or 12 p.m. US Eastern. And after that, we will be back for our final slot of schedules for today. We've got an update on EPEL 10 from Carl George, KDE Plasma 6 from Neil Gampa, Ultramarine Linux from Owen Zimmerman, and an update on the Fedora Asahi Linux remix for MacBooks and Mac hardware from Davide and Neil. So we've got a feature-packed schedule following the break. We hope to take some time, stretch your legs, get some food, coffee, beverage, whatever you might need, and we will be back in about 40 minutes. See you then. All right, folks. Well, we are about 30 seconds or so away from restarting the release party. Carl, I'm going to go ahead and bring you up here, and we'll do the quick AV shakedown before we get started.
Hey.
Stop
Can you hear me?
I sure can. Let me put this center. This platform has been really easy to use. I like this restream quite a bit.
Hold on one second. My camera does my camera look fuzzy to you too? Let me try something.
It is. It's got the background blur.
No, it wasn't that. It was just sometimes this camera gets dumb, and I like have to make it focus on something up closer, and then it's like, oh yeah, I need to focus.
Yeah.
Look better now?
Yes, you look clear. Well, all right. Well, we are right at 12 p.m. U.S. Eastern, 11 a.m. for you, sir. With that, I will go ahead and am I still visible? Everything is frozen in Chrome. Is it just me?
I hear you and see you still.
Okay. I can't hear. Well, I can hear myself, but I can't see myself in Restream. Hopefully it'll unfreeze here in a minute so then I can. Okay, there we go. Well, with that, Carl, I'm going to go and hand it over to you for an introduction on EPEL 10 and what's new in the EPEL world with Fedora Linux 40. Over to you.
All right. How are y'all doing today? This is a little weird for me. When I present, I like feeding off the audience energy, and I kind of don't have that now, so I feel like I'm just talking to myself in a room, which is weird. But I'll do what I can. My name's Carl George. I am the team lead for the EPEL team within the Community Platform Engineering Group at Red Hat. This got my contact info up on the screen. I'm Carl W. George in most places. I'll have that contact info up on the last slide also, if you want it. Today, I'm going to be talking about the EPEL 10 overview. You may be wondering, EPEL 10, like RHEL 10 isn't out yet. How could this even be a thing? Well, we're trying to get ready ahead of time. So that's what I'm going to talk about. And we're going to do things a little bit differently for EPEL 10. To better explain that, I really need to look back in history and talk about where we've come from and what we've done in EPEL 8 and EPEL 9 differently to get to what we're going to be doing for EPEL 10. So originally, back in the EPEL 7 days, EPEL would build against, it would just basically be major version only. We'd have package maintainers had an EPEL 7 branch. It would be built against against RHEL 7.0. And then the package dist tag, which is a string that's added in the release field of the package, would be .el7 to indicate which RHEL release it was built for. It would populate an EPEL/7 repository. And then about 9 months later, after RHEL came out, RHEL 7 came out, RHEL 7.1 was released, and we just switched the build route to that immediately. So EPEL 7 tracked the latest minor version of RHEL 7 at all times. And then the same thing happened with 7.2 and just continued on throughout time. This effectively made EPEL 7 major version only. And this generally worked just because of the nature of RHEL itself, the major version stability. RHEL is very consistent over its major version lifecycle, but there are new features added in minor versions. And sometimes that results that those new features do require library changes that can impact third parties building against RHEL libraries like EPEL. So yeah, that means that even though it's a very stable platform, it's not completely frozen. And here's one of the weird things with my live presenting. I really like asking audience questions to get the interaction. And I would usually ask, does anyone know what happened in the RHEL 7.4 release that was big and notable affecting third parties? Somebody might raise their hand, but since I don't have that, I'll go ahead and tell you, OpenSSL got rebased. This was pretty disruptive for some people. OpenSSL got rebased from version 101E to 102K. This actually had pretty good forward compatibility, so that packages built against like RHEL 7.3 would keep working on 7.4. But the problem came up that new packages that were built against 7.4 wouldn't work on earlier minor versions. This included CentOS 7, which at the time, CentOS was downstream of RHEL instead of upstream of RHEL. And so CentOS 7, it lagged about, at least for 7.4, it lagged about 6 weeks behind RHEL 7.4. So there was about a 6-week window
where RHEL was on 7.4, CentOS was on 7.3, and if an EPEL packager rebuilt their package, it would only be compatible on RHEL and not be compatible on CentOS. Obviously, not a good setup, but because it was a relatively short amount of time, that 6 weeks, the general advice was hold off, don't update your packages yet, or update them and leave them in the testing repo and manually push them until CentOS 7.3 caught up also. And that kind of worked. It's not the best setup, but kind of list of compromises, it made the most sense with what we had set up at the time. EPEL 7 kept going through 7.5, 7.6, and onward. 7.8 had another big disruptive library change that some people noticed. Again, this is where I would ask the audience if anyone knows what it was, but since I can't see any hands being raised, then I'll just go ahead and tell you. RHEL 7.8 rebased the ImageMagick library, which has a very long version string, but it was basically from versions 6.7 to 6.9. On the release day for RHEL 7.8, EPEL packages, we didn't have that forward compatibility this time with ImageMagick. It just changed the library thing. So EPEL packages that had been built on 7.7 stopped working on RHEL 7.8 immediately and needed to be rebuilt. But because of the rebuild delay in CentOS, if the EPEL packagers rebuilt their package immediately for the new ImageMagick library, then it would fix it for RHEL and then break it for CentOS, which didn't catch up till about 4 weeks later. So we still had this weird period where things were inconsistent and not a great thing to have to explain to people why it didn't work in one scenario or another. But there was no real way to fix this since we were only building against RHEL and only targeting the current minor version. So there's really no way to fix it, and we just kind of ignored the problem and made excuses for it, which there was the limitations we had at the time. Not much we could do about it. Not judging anyone involved in how it was set up. Just that was what we learned, was that because of the difference here, this makes it a little bit painful. In current state, EPEL 7, we were building against RHEL 7.9, which I believe came out in 2020, and RHEL 7 itself is in its maintenance phase, and it's getting ready to be retired next month, or rather ending its maintenance phase. There's some extended stuff from Red Hat, but EPEL 7 is going to be end of life with the end of the maintenance phase. So I believe end of June is that when those are getting retired. So now let's talk about EPEL 8. We started it the same way as EPEL 7. An EPEL 8 branch for packagers built against RHEL 8.0. It had an EL8 disk tag, and it populated a EPEL 8 repo. Something else notable happened at this time, though. This is whenever CentOS Stream launched. We had CentOS Stream 8. It started kind of basically the same as what CentOS Linux 8 was, but over time it started getting libraries and package updates ahead of RHEL. The idea was that we would have CentOS be about a minor version ahead of RHEL, and eventually that worked out to being CentOS Stream was the upstream for RHEL. It was basically the major version, and package updates would lead RHEL by about 6 months, as opposed to lagging RHEL by about a month. EPEL continued, switched to building against RHEL 8.1 and 8.2. Around this time, we started noticing that there were a few EPEL packages, not very many, that wouldn't install on CentOS Stream 8, mainly because at this time, CentOS already had 8.3 content. One example was a newer LLVM, which includes LLVM-lib, which has library SO names that packages build against. So that gap where library symbols might be different between CentOS and RHEL went from a few weeks to a few months, because instead of being about a month behind RHEL, it was now about 4 to 6 months ahead of RHEL. So this longer gap meant that we couldn't really ignore the problem anymore. So we started thinking about ways we could solve this. At the time, I proposed a new idea called EPEL Next. My idea was that we didn't really need an entirely separate EPEL for CentOS. Most of the packages, like over 99% of them, work just fine, mainly because of the major version stability of RHEL itself and how close, even with the changes to CentOS, how close CentOS Stream and RHEL still were. But if you had one of those affected packages, less than 1% of them, you didn't really care about how close they were. The one thing you cared about didn't work, and so you were mad. So I tried to come up with a solution to fix that. EPEL Next was that. The idea was that it would be an optional build target for packagers and an optional repo. CentOS users would add that repo, RHEL users would not, and it would just contain packages that were kind of overrides or newer version of newer releases that would have a compatible build, so packagers could target RHEL and CentOS separately when necessary, which wasn't always necessary, just that few amount of packages. We launched that around RHEL 8.4, and packagers could request an EPEL 8-next branch is how we set it up in the package source. EPEL would still build against RHEL at the time 8.4. EPEL 8 next would build against CentOS Stream 8. The disk tag would be slightly different. It would get a .next suffix, and then it will populate a separate repo path. This actually became immediately useful around this time. We had an 8.5 library landing in CentOS Stream 8, which was a rebase of Qt from 5.12 to 5.15. Fairly compatible update as far as Qt goes, but it did have a different library SO name, so packages needed to be built differently for it. This definitely I know there's a lot of KDE fans, and this affected KDE, and KDE needed to be rebuilt. So it basically became immediately useful. KDE was one of the first builds, and KDE applications were some of the first builds we put in EPEL 8 next to get them working separately on CentOS Stream 8 until for the 4 or 5 months until those Qt changes landed in RHEL 8.5, which is what happened here at this point in time. That prior work in EPEL Next provided the blueprint for the rebuilds to be repeated in the main EPEL. There was a little bit of build order things that had to be worked out. A little bit of a downside I'll get into more later, but we couldn't just inherit the builds directly. We had to repeat all of those builds, and I'll talk more about those in a future slide. But EPEL 8 Next itself, the way it was set up, we set it up as it was kind of a bolt-on solution to the existing infrastructure and workflows for EPEL 8, and it mostly worked. It helped with future rebases of Qt, LLVM, and other libraries in RHEL. So it solved that basic problem. We're moving on through 8.7 and 8.8. EPEL 8 Next continued to build against CentOS Stream 8, while EPEL 8 kept going through the minor versions of RHEL, just like EPEL 7 had previously. This allowed packagers to target both RHEL and CentOS Stream simultaneously, and we were able to implement it without disturbing existing workflows. So if you didn't know about EPEL Next, you could kind of just ignore it. Ideally, maintainers wouldn't ignore it, because if they got a bug report that a package didn't work on CentOS Stream, we wanted them to use EPEL Next to solve it. So ideally not ignoring it completely, but you could ignore it until you got a bug report that something wasn't working correctly. So if you never got one of those bug reports, you could just ignore its existence entirely and just keep using EPEL the way you had before in the past. Here's where we're at now. RHEL 8.10 just got released. CentOS Stream 8's going into life at the end of the month, corresponding to the RHEL full support phase. And then we're also going to retire, because there's no longer a maintained build route, we're going to retire EPEL 8 Next at the same time. So for EPEL 9, we started thinking about this. We knew that EPEL 8 lagged behind on packages for a variety of reasons that honestly could be it's an entirely own talk that I could go into. But we started thinking about ways we can make EPEL 9 better. A lot of it just boiled down to we need to get more packages in faster, and how do we do that? Just doing those packages ourselves isn't. This is also around the time we started the EPEL team inside CPE, and we were thinking, at first it was just me. We later added another person, and now we have a third person temporarily. And we knew that just having a handful of people adding packages isn't a really scalable solution. So we started thinking, how could we do this in a better way? If you want to know more about that whole history, I have a talk that's been recorded a few times called The Road to EPEL 9. If you look that up on YouTube, you can find out more of the details about how we did that. I'm going to give you the real high Cliff Notes version here. The end result was that we launched EPEL 9 about 6 months before RHEL 9, because we set it up initially building against CentOS Stream 9. At the time we were saying, CentOS was reflecting 9.0 content about 6 months before it's actually released in RHEL, and it worked. We were able to build packages. It gave maintainers extra time to get their stuff built early, and get a lot of packages accumulated in the repository. in time for the actual RHEL 9 release. RHEL 9.0 came out. We switched EPEL 9 to build against that to work like old previous EPEL releases. We also added EPEL 9 Next to continue give maintainers an option to build against CentOS Stream 9 when they needed to. And we set that up the same way EPEL 8 and EPEL 8 Next worked. So we just rearranged things. We made this a transparent switch for maintainers and users, kind of similar to how EPEL 8 would move from RHEL 8.8 to 8.9 and so on. We wanted a similar transition here, and it worked pretty well. We didn't get any complaints or bug reports about this, and the end result was that it gave us about 5,700 RPMs available in EPEL 9 from about 2,600 source RPMs for the packagers that care about that level of nuance available at the RHEL 9 launch, which is something we'd never done before, having that many packages. EPEL 9 continued on as expected. We switched it from 9.0 to 9.1 and on through all of the minor versions. Here's the current state we're at now. RHEL 9.4 came out very recently, but we're thinking about this. We realized, there are drawbacks to EPEL Next as a bolted-on solution to the existing EPEL workflows. One thing we noticed is that despite us telling people, this is not a complete different EPEL for CentOS, this is, just a repo for override packages, basically. A lot of maintainers don't understand that aspect, and they just treat it as a standalone repo. I've seen lots of maintainers build for both EPEL and EPEL Next simultaneously when there's no library difference in the dependencies of that package. So it's just an extra build for no reason. When to use EPEL Next became a decision process for maintainers. They had to think about their dependencies, think about and check which ones, if any, were different between CentOS and RHEL. I also touched on briefly earlier, there was no inheritance from an EPEL Next build to EPEL. So every time when maintainers had to do a rebuild, they had to do it first in EPEL Next against CentOS, and then about 6 months later in RHEL or in EPEL built against RHEL. So having to do rebuilds twice isn't really a great maintainer experience. And the fact that it was optional, I mentioned that maintainers could kind of ignore it, unless they got a bug report about it. Sometimes they still ignored that bug report, and being optional meant that CentOS users had a worse experience, which I wasn't really a fan of, even though it's my fault. I set it up. EPEL 9 kept going. We had EPEL 9.5. RHEL 9.5 and 9.6 and so on. EPEL 9 will get to the end of its life cycle at the same time as when RHEL 9.10 will come out. That'll be the CentOS Stream 9 end of life, and that'll be when EPEL 9 Next is retired. EPEL 9 won't be retired until 5 years after that, when RHEL 9 itself is retired. Not retired, when it reaches the end of its maintenance phase, the main life cycle. It's end of its 10 years. So thinking about those drawbacks in EPEL Next, I started thinking, how could we do things better for 10, and look to Fedora for inspiration. EPEL is part of Fedora, if you didn't know. EPEL packagers are Fedora packagers. And so I wanted to have a workflow that was natural for Fedora packagers, that wouldn't require as much explanation as what we had in EPEL Next. So looking at the way that, in a similar chart style, the way that Fedora branching works. This is the current state right now. We've got a F39, F40, and a Rawhide branch for the package sources. They're built against the corresponding releases. Notable in the Rawhide branch, that when it's built against Fedora Rawhide, it actually gets an FC41 disk tag. And that's because Rawhide reflects the content that's going to be in the next release of Fedora. And if that sounds that should sound similar, if you've been paying attention to what I've been saying about CentOS Stream, is that it reflects the content going into the next RHEL minor version. That's foreshadowing for how we landed on setting up EPEL 10. All right, in the near future, probably about 6 months, before that, Fedora 41 will branch, and then it will get released. Rawhide at that time will get bumped up to an FC42 disk tag, and that's whenever Rawhide's going to be eligible to start getting Fedora 42 content. Then shortly after that is when the Fedora 39 end of life will happen. This lets maintainers focus in the leading branch and they can make changes in the older branches when it's necessary or appropriate. There are rules around what updates you can do in each branch if you want to look at the Fedora update policy. But a really key thing that I liked about this is that builds that are done in Rawhide in the leading branch, if you don't do anything else, they're just inherited into the next release. That was something really important that I thought we would benefit from in EPEL. So what we've learned as far as EPEL 10, RHEL has, in preparation for EPEL 10, RHEL has minor versions. EPEL 7 ignored this entirely. EPEL 8 and EPEL 9 couldn't completely ignore it because of CentOS Stream. EPEL Next is a partial fix, but it's less than ideal. The path forward, I think, is to fully embrace minor versions in EPEL 10. EPEL and EPEL Next let us target, the realization here was that EPEL Next and EPEL basically let us target 2 minor versions of RHEL at a time, but in a kind of an opaque way. So fully embracing the minor version and making it more transparent, I think, is the way forward. So here's what we're looking at for the actual setup. We'll launch it similar to EPEL 9. EPEL 10 will be built against CentOS Stream 10. The main difference is that the dist tag, instead of just being .el10, will have the minor version indicated there with an _0. It'll still populate the EPEL 10 repo, though. And then later, when RHEL 10 actually comes out, instead of switching EPEL 10 to that, we're actually going to create an EPEL 10.0 repo and have corresponding 10.0 branches in the package source. And then the EPEL 10 builds against the EPEL 10 branch, they'll start getting a dist tag of 10_1, similar to how Rawhide gets its dist tag bumped ahead of time. And the key thing there is we're going to have builds that were previously done against CentOS Stream with a 10_0 dist tag. We're going to have them inherited into the 10.0 repo as soon as it's created. So we'll have build inheritance similar to how a Rawhide build can be inherited in the next Fedora release. And we'll have the same thing, the same pattern happen with 10.1. RHEL 10.1 will come out. We'll create a 10.1 branch and repo. EPEL 10 will switch to 10_2, and then the 10.0 branch will be retired. So we're still only going to target 2 minor releases at a time. We're just going to put CentOS Stream front and center, kind of like how it is for RHEL maintainers themselves. This should be an intuitive structure for Fedora maintainers. The inherited builds will reduce the rebuild work. There won't be any branching decisions around EPEL Next. Those builds will just be created automatically. This should result in fewer uninstallable packages. It'll give us per minor version archive repos. We sort of have that now, but it's a manual process. This should give us a lot more consistent archives of each minor version. And then we'll also be able to do per minor version retirement. Right now, if a package is going to be added to RHEL, it shows up in CentOS Stream first, and then we kind of break our own rules by not retiring it in EPEL while it's conflicting with CentOS Stream. We don't retire it until it lands in RHEL, which is not a great state. It's one of the drawbacks of the way we have stuff set up with EPEL Next. In this scenario, for EPEL 10, we'll be able to actually retire it in, say, the EPEL 10 branch, and then not retire the EPEL 10.1 branch, but then never create a 10.2 branch if it was indeed added to RHEL. So the per minor version retirement will be a big advantage. EPEL 10 will keep going on through the minor versions and just keep swapping over time. I mentioned that we're going to retire the second older branch. Eventually, in the future, I would like to have the discussion about whether or not it makes sense to keep the EPEL branches that correspond to RHEL EUS releases active longer. I know that there's some demand for people using older minor versions of RHEL, those EU extended update support releases. There's some demand for them to have EPEL. And right now our answer is just go use the archive snapshots. But by the way, they're unmaintained and frozen and no security updates. The counter argument to doing that would be that that's more EPEL branches, and some maintainers might feel like we're asking them to do maintenance for a longer amount of time. The reality is everything in EPEL is volunteer basis. No one can make you do anything in EPEL. But giving maintainers the option, I think, would be a good discussion to have. But at least for the initial rollout, we're going to keep things simple and just target the 2 minor versions, the leading minor version in CentOS Stream and the current RHEL minor version. We'll keep going through all the minor versions through time. And then way far in the future, the RHEL 10.10 release will come out. This will be the same time that CentOS Stream 10 is end of life. Instead of creating a 10.10 branch at this point, what I think we'll do is just switch the EPEL 10 builds to build against RHEL 10.10, and then we'll update EPEL release to switch RHEL users from the 10.minor repo to just the 10 repo, which at that point will have basically coalesced and be the same as it gets closer to the end of CentOS Stream 10 lifecycle. So, call to action. This plan has been approved by the EPEL Steering Committee. Early versions of this talk, it was just me saying, "Here's what I want to do. Tell me what you think." But this, we've already hammered out lots of details and decided, yes, this is the way we're going to go with it. Various infrastructure pieces are already in progress, or a few pieces are done, like the package signing key, and we've got CentOS Stream 10 the early composes mirrored into Fedora infrastructure. So we're going to get started building, setting up some Koji targets and staging and other things like that. So lots of moving pieces to this. If you're curious about how you can get involved in helping this effort, we have EPEL office hours that are on the Fedora calendar. I think it's the first Wednesday of every month. We also have a steering committee meeting every week on Wednesday in Matrix that you could attend, or just the regular EPEL Matrix channel to ask questions. Timing-wise, our goal is to kind of launch and announce EPEL 10 around November, December this year, possibly doing a soft launch earlier. And by soft launch, I mean having all the pieces in place and available. And if an active maintainer notices it's there, they could build against it, but not shining a light on it to the wider audience until a few of those early eager packagers have put a few packages in there. Some of the first blowback we had when we announced EPEL 9 was, "Oh my God, how could you call EPEL 9 launched? It doesn't have these packages I care about." But there's not a specific content set for EPEL. It's always, build it and they will come. If there's something you want to see in EPEL, you should file a bug and ask for it, or get involved and package it yourself. So hopefully with the soft launch, we can get a little bit of content in there before we actually do a proper announcement. Speaking of the EPEL Steering Committee, I am not above a shameless plug. We are switching the EPEL Steering Committee seats from appointed seats to elected seats. About half the committee, including myself, have volunteered to step down and have the seats filled in the election. So if I've ever helped you with something about EPEL, or you like what I've talked about here today, please consider voting for me. I'm effectively running for re-election because I'm on the steering committee now. And that is all of my stuff, and it looks like I'm right about 25 minutes. I have not looked at Matrix at all, so I don't know what any of the questions are. So now it's time to look at that.
Yeah, we've got 2 questions here for you in the thread. Well, actually, now 3. But we'll go in the order, or almost in sequential order, with the number of votes. So we'll start with the first of our 3 questions, which is, what is the current status of involvement with non-RHEL downstreams, such as Alma, Rocky, and Oracle, with EPEL 10?
None so far. We're still really early, though, so I wouldn't really hold it against them. Some of the stuff's still in discussion phase. I have noticed that there have been there's someone from the infrastructure team of both Rocky and Alma that have participated in some of the discussions around EPEL 10, but not any of the work yet. But like I said, it is still really early, so I wouldn't make too many judgments from that. Oracle, I don't know anyone over there, and they don't really engage with us, so I don't know.
The second question we have here is, will these branch and dist tag changes require RHEL system administrators to take any actions when new minor releases come out?
So ideally for the users, RHEL system administrators, like the consumers of EPEL, they won't have to take any action. They'll install an EPEL release package like they always have, and there's actually some neat changes that Neil Gampa worked to get into DNF, originally into DNF 5, and then whenever DNF 5 got delayed, or not delayed, deferred to a future Fedora release, it became clear that RHEL 10 was going to have DNF 4 still. Those changes got backported from DNF 5 to DNF 4. Currently, there's the release ver DNF variable. That's just the major version of the OS. And Neil worked with the upstream to actually get major and minor equivalents of that. So release ver _ major and release ver _ minor. So those will be native to DNF, and DNF will understand them. And we're going to use those variables in the base URL or in the MetaLink URL to point users at the right repo. So when you update, once your Red Hat release package or CentOS release package gets updated, you should just be pointing at the right repository based on the properties of your system without any manual interaction.
Excellent.
At least that's our intent. We'll see how well it works.
Yeah, and this will probably this is our last question, and will probably the only question we will still have time for. What will be the implementation command? Sudo dnf install link to the EPEL 10 RPM package. Does it have to be re-implemented after minor point releases in CentOS Stream and RHEL? I mean, replace 10 with 10.1, for example.
So that was that's kind of similar to the previous question, but elaborating a little more. Before we had the release for major minor stuff added, or rather, when that was just a request and wasn't implemented yet, and we didn't know if it would be implemented in time, we were planning out ways that we would be able to do that, say with updates to the EPEL release package, putting the minor version in the version for that, and figuring out thinking through ways to make that transition happen. However, because we got those variables implemented in DNF directly, now that shouldn't be necessary. You should just that example command right there. That's exactly what I want to work. You'll install the current EPEL release package, and then based on what minor version you're on, you should get the appropriate repository. Even for older minor versions, even if we don't actually keep branches alive longer for EUS style maintenance of EPEL branches, we should be able to set it up in Mirror Manager, kind of like how archived Fedora releases stay active and available, but point to mirrors that are mirroring the Fedora archive instead of the current Fedora releases. We should be able to set up something similar. So even if you're on an older RHEL release, you can install the latest EPEL release package. It'll understand the state of your system, what minor version you're on, and either point you to the current ones on the mirror, or through the mirror network, some of the archive repos of the old minor version that corresponds to the one you're on.
Excellent. Well, Carl, that brings us pretty much right to the end of the slot. Thanks so much for the overview on everything that is new in EPEL 10. And people, and thanks to the folks in the chat, they shared links to all the EPEL channels and places to discuss too. All right.
Thanks, everybody.
Thanks so much, Carl. Enjoy the rest of the party. All right. So next up, we have an update on KDE Plasma 6. Let's go ahead and bring you on stage, Neil. Hello.
Hi. Hello. Can you hear me?
I sure can. I can hear and see you. You have two options to share your screen. Two options to share. You can either share your screen, or there's an option to upload your source material directly to Restream.
Ah, okay. How does the upload thing work? So, I can upload PDFs. Okay, cool. That actually will make things easier and far less complicated. I will just go ahead and do the download as a PDF and then upload here, because I definitely would like this to not suck.
I will say so far it's been pretty smooth on this platform. For a first time, it's gone pretty well.
I would just like to not have the screen share randomly fail. That is pretty much it.
The ultimate success metric.
Yes. Come on. Here we go. Processing. Oh, I could have also imported from Google Drive. That's fun to know. All right. There we go. Let's see. Does that show up now?
Sure does. I see it right here.
All right. Hopefully this means that it's a perfect render for the viewers.
Yes. All right. Well, Neil, I'm going to go ahead and pass it over to you. The stage is all yours.
Awesome. All right. Hello, everyone. I'm here to talk to you about KDE Plasma 6 in Fedora. So first, a little bit about myself. I'm an open source advocate. I do a bunch of things in a lot of places. You can kind of see the list here. This is not complete. This is pretty much the stuff that I think would probably be somewhat relevant to you. Anyway, these are all the things. That's fine. So the important part is that I'm the chair of the Fedora KDE SIG and the Fedora KDE Special Interest Group, SIG. packages and maintains the Qt stack and the KDE software ecosystem for Fedora, as well as Red Hat Enterprise Linux, starting with RHEL 8. We develop and maintain the variants of Fedora Media with KDE software on it. Of course, we love KDE. KDE is the best. So, when we talk about KDE, we're mostly talking about KDE Plasma, which is the current platform that the KDE community produces to provide a variety of experiences on multiple form factors. You're probably most familiar with the KDE Plasma desktop, but there's also KDE Plasma mobile, and there's other variants of user experiences that are built on it, such as Plasma Big Screen and the like. So what's new with this? Well, we have Plasma 6. This is a big one. This is a big deal for everyone. KDE Plasma 6 was released in February, at the end of February this year, and it was incorporated in as part of Fedora 40. And it's the major experience based on Qt 6. It is mostly a refinement of the existing KDE Plasma experience. So if you've used KDE Plasma in the last couple of years, it's probably not too different from you from a user-facing perspective. But it's a big deal under the hood because this was the opportunity to do a lot of cleanup and bring in a lot of new capabilities that really make KDE Plasma probably the best experience you'll ever see with Wayland and such. And speaking of Wayland, for Fedora Linux 40, the KDE SIG only ships the Wayland session for KDE Plasma. So we are, for all intents and purposes, a Wayland-only platform. Now, we still support X11 applications through that. I'll get to that in a moment. But this was the result of a long journey working with the KDE community upstream, starting with Fedora Linux, all the way back in 32. But the changes started landing in 34 when we started using Plasma Wayland by default with Plasma 521. We made SDL work using Wayland by default in Fedora 35, which was important for gaming and multimedia applications, as well as all kinds of specialty things. In Fedora 38, we made the transition from to use Wayland for the login manager. So we start from login to shutdown now in Wayland. And with Fedora 40, we completed this effort by moving fully over to being Wayland only with KDE Plasma 6. As part of this, we are able to introduce all kinds of cool new features with the Plasma 6 Wayland experience. The one that people tend to really zoom in on is, of course, because Wayland is a display system, we want to talk about display stuff. So we have now support for applying color profiles and HDR functionality. sRGB for now, but coming in a month or so, we're going to have Plasma 6.1, which introduces wider color gamut support. Including, we also have variable refresh rate and adaptive sync. Now, some of this was already available in Plasma 5, but it's been further refined and enabled in Plasma 6. To sidebar here, we also have explicit sync and a couple of these other things that make it better for NVIDIA compatibility included. While it wasn't shipped as part of GA, it's been shipped as updates that are basically ready to go within Fedora 40. We also have the most important factor, at least for me, has been the full support for displays with different scaling factors, including fractional scaling, including applying it to legacy applications. And speaking of legacy applications, KDE Plasma Wayland is unique among Wayland desktop environments that provides a number of features to bridge legacy applications into the Wayland world. We have an optional mode for allowing shortcuts to work from legacy X11 applications. So especially if you have an application that uses modifiers to invoke global shortcuts, either for accessibility or maybe push to talk or things like that, these are all actually possible to still do if you wish to turn that on. We have configurable behavior for scaling legacy X11 applications with a reasonable default. So KDE Plasma's default scaling mechanism leverages the largest scaling factor of your display and uses it to go to the next multiple and scales it down. So it means that while there is still some blurriness when it comes to scaling X11 applications in a fractionally scaled environment, it is not a hot mess. It looks actually reasonably okay. If you're familiar with how scaling works on Mac OS or even to a lesser degree Windows, when it comes to applications that are not high DPI enabled, this is basically the same kind of thing. The most important thing, I think, for people who are gamers or creator types is that we have a secure screen sharing video bridge for legacy X11 applications to access Wayland screen sharing. This is the X Wayland video bridge, and it allows us to provide a seamless experience regardless of whether your application is a legacy X11 application or a modern Wayland application that has support for the relevant technologies to do screen sharing. Of course, we naturally have all the native stuff. We have the Pipewire screen sharing. We have the global shortcuts portal. We have all the high DPI stuff and all that fancy works. But the idea here is that for users, this should be as close to seamless as possible for people going from an X11 environment to a Wayland environment, because the most important aspect for giving people an experience that they can use is making sure everything works. And we want to bring people into the new world without them minimizing as much pain as possible from their use cases and needs from the old world. And so that's been the philosophy, and that's what we've been working towards. So if you're interested in KDE Plasma, here's the two major variants that we have right now. We have, of course, the Fedora KDE Spin, as well as Fedora Kinoite. The KDE Spin is our flagship. It is the primary thing that you see if you go to the website and go to the spins. You'll see that, and it's our showcase. The goal around the KDE Spin is to provide a curated experience with select applications that demonstrate the best of breed KDE technologies and services within the context of a Plasma desktop. Fedora Kinoite takes a different approach. It's a much more minimal out-of-the-box experience, but it's intended to provide a showcase of leveraging the KDE platform as an atomic desktop in the Fedora sense. So it uses RPM-OS tree and has full integration for being able to handle reliable atomic system upgrades, and leverages Flatpaks as the primary delivery mechanism for applications. So what's coming soon? So this is the real exciting part. So we talked about like all the cool stuff that's in KDE Plasma 6, and that's all coming in. And we have that with Fedora 40. Now, what's coming down the bucket list? So we've been hard at work at working on a Plasma Mobile, on getting KDE Plasma Mobile into shape. And we're looking to have a KDE Mobile variant, Fedora Mobile variant using KDE Plasma Mobile with Fedora 41. And of course, Plasma 6.1 is coming next month, or at least that's the current plan. And we hope to bring that into Fedora 40 and newer. And as Carl talked about earlier with EPEL 10, we are also working on preparing for EPEL 10 opening up to bring Plasma 6 to CentOS and RHEL 10 users. And there's way more coming down the pipeline. There's all kinds of cool stuff. I'm really excited about what we're doing and where we're going, and stay tuned. So if you want to help us out, if you're interested in this stuff or you love what we're doing, you can come join us. We have a project issue tracker for the KDE SIG, as well as a matrix room and a mailing list. So, questions, folks? Yes, I realize this was done very quickly. I overestimated how long it would actually take for me to go through these slides.
Well, that is all right. So we have, I just bumped the thread with questions, but we do have one question that's already come in. And this one's kind of a big picture question. Where do you, and this is from TimAOS, that's their nick. Where do you see the KDE Plasma positioned in the greater Fedora ecosystem with the advent of downstreams repeatedly choosing Plasma as their base desktop?
So that's a great question. I would say that KDE Plasma and Fedora is turning into, I think, the new center of gravity for what the next generation of builders and creators and developers are really interested in. The functionality that is included in KDE Plasma and the efforts that are going on within the larger communities, both in Free Desktop as well as within the KDE community, show that there is a large drive towards engaging with different stakeholders and user types and implementing functionality and capabilities to support their needs. You know, being powerful, flexible, and customizable, while it doesn't necessarily mean that it's all things for all people, it does make it a lot easier for us to invite more stakeholders and more communities to be engaged with us, I think, at a level that a lot of other desktops and a lot of other projects can struggle with. And we can also see this, like, there are form factors that they're picking, products and form factors that are picking KDE Plasma explicitly because of the technologies that are being developed and supported first there. So, for example, the variable refresh rate stuff, the HDR work that's been going on for gaming and displays, and things like tearing control, presentation, timing, things like that. They're all coming down the pipe in a way that helps support creators, developers, and users very quickly. And I think that continues to excite people in a way that I don't think we've really seen in the Linux desktop over the past 10 years.
It definitely is exciting to see a lot of the momentum that's going on behind KDE these days. And perhaps related to that, this next question from VW Bus Guy, perhaps a little bit of a controversial question, but what is still missing for Kinoite to become the main flagship Fedora flavor?
It lacks compatibility. And I think this is the same problem with Silverblue and really any of the Atomic desktops. If you have to know that you are running an Atomic desktop to use an Atomic desktop properly, you failed. And that is where I feel the next frontier of making that a good experience, and something that I personally would be willing to promote up front. Like the fact that today we still have it where third-party software struggles to be installed on these systems, or that certain types of integrations are just flat out broken because of limitations within Flatpak, or limitations within system integrations, limitations within sandboxes, or constraints imposed by the underlying RPM-OS tree system. There's a long list of those. I'm not going to get into that. Like, there's enough of these little roadblocks and paper cuts that, like, while a lot of these can be hand waved away in a traditional Fedora system, you can't really avoid them in an Atomic system, and so they need to be dealt with. The end state should be absolutely transparent to the user, whether it's a Fedora imaged or Atomic desktop or whatever you want to call it, versus a traditional desktop where we assemble the system and ship it that way, and use package management to manage the software. From a Kinoite perspective, in the KDE SIG, there have been steps where we're working towards this. I can't say that I know whether that's happening for all the other Atomic desktops, but it is a slow burn, so to speak, to kind of get there. Right now, it's really useful for container enthusiasts and people who are really weird about containers, and sandboxed applications and stuff. But, like, I mean, if you have to work with enough weird combinations of hardware and software, it starts falling down. And that's sort of the thing that we have to acknowledge and work towards resolving. I mean, and also things like accessibility don't work in there because the accessibility interfaces are by default not punched through for sandboxed applications, which is really a bad state of affairs, right? So, like, these are the kinds of things that even are super big paper cuts that are like, no, we can't reasonably promote this until we get to a point where all these issues are resolved in a way that users don't have to think about it.
Well, it will be interesting to hear a little bit later on in the schedule, both today and tomorrow, from some of our other image-based downstream, I think, all downstream, Ultramarine and Universal Blue tomorrow. So there will be some more deeper dives on those coming up soon.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that.
Yeah, me too. Well, the questions keep flooding in here. Our next one, again, this one from Tim AOS again. Are there any hindrances to implementing KDE Plasma as a headless desktop interface for services like shells or corporate VDI infrastructures?
Yeah, so that's a great question. It's one of the things that I and David Duncan in the Fedora Cloud Working Group, we've been tag teaming on this. I mean, I'm almost a year now working on it. It'll actually be a year in a couple months. There are a couple of issues. So the first issue is that we don't really have a way to trigger a headless desktop to be set up from, like, say, a remote login. So, like, if you log in via SSH to a cloud instance of it, we can't spawn a desktop and have you connect to it. That doesn't really exist. We don't really have infrastructure within the Linux desktop common space to handle headless login properly for a graphical environment. I understand that GNOME with GNOME 46 has some pieces, but it's all private and very custom stuff and has its own limitations and constraints. We don't really have an equivalent infrastructure in Fedora KDE or really any other desktop, and that's something that has to be worked out. Another aspect of it is this insistence on using RDP, which creates a second set of problems. The problem is that RDP clients on Linux all are not exactly of the highest caliber. There are a few of them. They don't all work very well, and the functionality that they support is inconsistent, which makes remote desktop on RDP a real pain. Another aspect of this is RDP is controlled by Microsoft. That we're going to put that out there. And RDP, as controlled by Microsoft, does not support any open codecs out of the gate. So one of the big enhancements of RDP that makes it really useful across the network is that it uses video codecs for the screen updates, and it uses audio codecs for the audio transmission rather than sending raw bit streams like VNC and others do. The problem is, while we're fine on the audio part now, all the stuff relevant to audio has been dealt with. For video, the only reasonable codec to choose is AVC, H.264. And we don't have an open codec supported in there. As far as I know, nobody has really engaged with Microsoft to iterate on the RDP spec to add something like VP9 or AV1 or something that we can actually leverage from our side. So this makes things really difficult because supporting that and using it reliably is difficult. And RDP is special in that it supports login directly and login negotiation, and we just don't have any of that plumbing in Linux at all. There's a lot of little pieces like that. And to be fair, this also affects GNOME. Like, this is not unique to KDE Plasma. Even GNOME's headless login is crippled by a lot of these issues. So, so there's a lot on the pile. Honestly, I kind of wish we could use Spice for more of this stuff, but everyone keeps saying it's not viable, even though I'm not really sure that that's true. But here we are. Yeah.
Excellent. So we've got 8 more minutes left, and the questions keep coming in. So
maybe I did time it right.
Well, this one's gotten a few upvotes. This is probably a little of a spicy question. What is the missing part of GNOME that KDE Plasma provides better that leads you to think that KDE should replace GNOME as the main flavor?
Oh boy. So I've tried to stay out of this discussion, but you've asked it directly. So we're gonna go full on. We're gonna go full on with the chili peppers here. So I think if we limit ourselves to the technology stuff, I think the biggest problem is the biggest thing that KDE offers that GNOME doesn't is really the broader Wayland protocol support. Like there are a number of protocols that things like game devs and professional applications are either requiring or going to require that KDE Plasma implements that GNOME does not. And that is going to make things very challenging in the long term if that doesn't change. If I take the technical part off and I talk about more of the community engagement, the people part of it, I think the people part is actually the bigger issue rather than the technology part. Right now, the relationships between these communities are not the best, and that's something that kind of needs to improve. I don't know how to improve it. I genuinely don't know. GNOME is a great desktop. I have a computer with GNOME on it, and I use it, fairly regularly as my travel laptop because it has some features that I find to be very nice for that, like the automatic time zone changing when I go to new locations. That's not a feature that we have in KDE. I'm sure we'll get it someday, but like it doesn't exist right now. So that makes it nice. And the laptop used to be an old work laptop, so I just was too lazy to reformat it, and it's fine. I find that the community, if the community engagement, if the relationships between communities improve, all the technology and all the other stuff follows, right? Like once you have people working together better and there's less bad blood, then you start seeing good outcomes in the technology space as well. But who knows? I if I could wave a wand, there's so many things I would do differently.
I think that was a very diplomatic answer. And like Edward, who asked the question, I think it's not the intention to be controversial, but it's a good question to talk about because it's generated quite a lot of discussion in the community. Anyways.
Well, I know that there's been the change proposal to switch workstation to switch the default desktop flavor that we promote from GNOME to KDE. I'm not part of that change proposal. That's not me in it. But I would also say that it is actually worth us always re-examining our biases when it comes to things like this. I heard a lot during that discussion that kind of disappointed me. One of them was a comment of saying, we should always do this because this is what we always did because it's traditional because we do it. And that is a pretty bad circular reason. Like, if that is your core reason for why we do something, that's a bad reason. And we should never use that as a justification for doing something because that results in stagnation and also like bad dynamics overall from a community engagement point of view, right? Like it demoralizes people. It makes it difficult for people to feel like that they'll be heard or that things can be done. So, we should always be mindful that that is something to take account for.
For sure. And to segue off of that, one thing that I'm always grateful for is that in open source communities, we have these abilities to have these channels and discussions with other people and communities. It's not always easy, but it's something that is uniquely the open source way. So I retain my optimism that we can continue to make things better. We have about 3 minutes left. I suspect that'll be time for one more question. And our last ones are all rated the same. So I'm going to we'll do this one that's fun. And if we have time, it might be a quick one at the end. But this one is from Ryan, a simple one. What's your single favorite new feature in Plasma 6?
Oh my gosh. My single favorite new feature. Wow. Honestly, it's I didn't even cover it in my slide deck, and I should have because I put it together and I forgot about it. But it's the improved tablet input support. And because I use so I like to dabble with art and stuff, and I also have one because, whatever. But I have a Wacom tablet, and I like being able to draw and do things with it. And I mean, the dumb thing is I use it with Ocular to be able to sign documents because I don't want to print it out and then scan it again because that's stupid. So I love that the tablets can actually be now used both as a pointer device as well as they work really well as a drawing device. I've used it with Krita to just play around with stuff, and Krita on Plasma Wayland with it works fantastic. I mean, again, my second best feature, honestly, is probably the VRR thing. The VRR thing is a big deal, but it's also not new. HDR and color profiles is new to 6. And I haven't really had a chance to use it because I don't do a whole lot of things that require me to change the color profile. I know there are people that do, but that's not a thing I do. But I understand it's a very cool feature.
Nice. All right, and this will be a one-sentence answer. Any chance Kinoite will be renamed Fedora Atomic Plasma?
No.
All right. Well, there are some other questions in the Q&A thread, Neil, if you want to jump in and see those after the session. There's a few more that are in the thread. But otherwise, thank you so much for coming up and sharing the latest news about KDE Plasma 6 here with the release party.
Awesome. Yeah. Thanks. Bye, y'all.
All right. So with that, let's go ahead and transition to the next speaker. Uh-oh. Well, Restream is doing that thing where it all freezes for me. So you'll have to give me a minute here. I see Owen is already here. And actually has been here for a while. So he is all ready to come up. Just I have to wait now for my browser to either crash or to catch up. But lots of love in the chat for KDE Plasma and for Neil. Okay, there we go. Now it's all caught up. All right, let me go ahead and bring you on up to the main stage, Owen.
Hey, can you hear me?
I sure can.
Awesome.
I can hear and see you, and then we'll go ahead and bring your slides up on here. All right, so I think then we are pretty much right on time. So I'm going to go ahead and pass the stage over to you, Owen, to talk to us a little bit about Ultramarine Linux.
Okay, cool. Thank you, Justin. So, yes, hello. This is a big change from what we just talked about, but this is what is Sphere Labs and Ultramarine Linux. So today we will be talking about what is Sphere Labs and Ultramarine Linux, what we're working on, what we want to do, and our place in the community, and then Q&A. So, quick introduction. I am Owen Zimmerman. I'm the hardware operations manager at Sphere Labs, which means I don't really handle too much of the software development side, but mainly like hardware outreach and the business side. I'm also just a business, server, IT, and enterprise tech and Chromebook modding enthusiast, among other things, and just a general nerd. So what is Sphere Labs? Sphere Labs is a startup that develops open source software and tools, and we develop DevOps and Linux products and services, and we're globally distributed, and we have contributors all over the world. So projects. So right here we have Onda, which is our meta build system for a more simplified package build tool chain. We currently support RPMs, OCI images, and Flatpak images. And this leads to Terra, which is our community repository for Fedora and Fedora-based systems, with, I believe, now over 1,500 packages at this point and climbing. And then we have libhelium, which is just our GTK framework. And then Submarine, which is our Chromebook bootloader. And then we also develop tools such as Katsu, which is our in-house image builder that enables us to have finer control on the build process. And we can add in or remove whatever is needed. And it's especially helpful for stuff like hardware enablement. And then we are developing ReadyMade, which is an easy-to-use installer, which also allows us to easily support more diverse hardware through the back end, since Anaconda is just more hard-coded on what it's actually good at. But, you know, when you're working with Chromebooks and stuff like that, you need something a little bit more customizable. This is currently still in development, although it will be used for our upcoming Chromebook images, and we hope to release these to our images next release cycle. We're also working on something called TauOS, which is our view on what a Linux desktop operating system should be. And this actually deserves its very own talk, so I won't really go into it much here. We also make something cool, which is called the Chisel operator, which is a Kubernetes cluster tunnel to tunnel your cluster out to usually VPS to gain a public IP. And we also work with other distros and projects to build the best possible solutions. I'll go into this more a little bit later, but we have partnered with projects to bring new technologies to life, and I've worked with other distros and projects to further these technologies on progress. But of course, right now, our biggest project is Ultramarine Linux. So what is Ultramarine Linux? Ultramarine Linux is designed to stay out of your way and just work for everyone from a newbie to a more experienced Linux user. And recently we've gotten into a lot of hardware enablement through our Ultramarine Anywhere initiative, which I will talk more about soon. We also have pragmatic tweaks out of the box for a smoother, easier experience overall, which brings us into how and why are we different than Fedora? So we use custom build systems with more tooling to come, as I mentioned. And right now we use Katsu and Andaman, as mentioned before. We're a smaller project able to focus on more specific items, such as smaller needs and wants within the community, niche hardware, certain desktop environments, and more. We also have a lot more out-of-the-box drivers. We have our Terra repository, custom shell configs, more polished desktop experiences, Containerd and Docker fixes, System76 scheduler, and some kernel tweaks. So as you can see, it's more of these like little things that very much help just the desktop side, and they add up to make a very polished desktop experience. So now let's talk about Ultramarine Anywhere, which is the fun part. So the biggest, and in my opinion, coolest thing on our initiative so far are Chromebooks. So we partnered with the Ultrabook Project, which I'm sure many of you have actually heard of. They are basically the Chromebook modding people and encompass installing full core boot to a Chromebook, running Windows and Linux on them, custom apps for modded Chromebooks, and even some Hackintoshery on Chromebooks, and a whole lot more stuff. They've been around for like over a decade now, I'm pretty sure. We partnered with them late last year to develop the next item, which is Submarine. This is our Chromebook bootloader, as mentioned before. This enables us to boot Linux onto a Chromebook with stock firmware, so no need to touch a screwdriver or pull a battery or jump anything. It just works. This is the easiest method to install Linux onto a Chromebook, as there are also no Chromebook board-specific images or kernels that need to be generated, which other projects use. It basically just works. This leads into Chromebook editions. So we are on the verge of releasing Ultramarine Chromebook Edition, which are images of Ultramarine preloaded with Submarine, and we'll use ready-made backend logic to properly flash and partition the disk with Submarine. The funny thing is you have to have Submarine on the installer as well as the actual disk of the Chromebook. And with ready-made, that enables us to properly flash it and then set flags to act as a Chrome OS kernel so that it can properly boot. We actually hope to see more distros pick this up, and we think it has a lot of potential and are excited to see where this goes. For more details on Chromebook modding, you can and should watch some of the Ultrabook members, Ellie and Dami's 37C3 talk that goes way, way more in depth on this and Chromebook modding in general. It's a very, very big rabbit hole. Next up is Raspberry Pi. So this was actually the first hardware-enabled device that we did. We are the first Fedora-based distribution in the Raspberry Pi Imager, which to the uninitiated is basically a network boot selector in their firmware, or like BIOS, if you will. And it's also a desktop app. There are only a couple other distros that support this, being Ubuntu and RISC-OS. We have current support for Pi 3s and 4s, with the 5 coming soon. And to better support the 5, and actually just everything else, we are going to be porting the Raspberry Pi kernel. So the future, where does this all lead to? So the first step in the future is XR. So this is extended reality, which is basically an umbrella term for virtual reality, augmented reality, mixed reality, all that kind of stuff. It just encompasses all of that. And we are working with Stardust XR, which is a one-of-a-kind Linux XR display server project. And we will use them to create Ultramarine XR images. So we would be the XR distro, I guess, and you could just install this and then hook up a headset, and it would just do all the translations as required to run the headset in a full Linux display server. We still, of course, have a lot to figure out on this front and are really excited about the possibilities here. So stay tuned in the near-ish future for this. Next is Apple Silicon Macs. We basically just plan on making a graphical installer for Ultramarine on Apple Silicon Macs based on the work of the Asahi project. Next is servers. This is a personal favorite of mine, but we are looking into different server use cases, especially like just making it easier for people to self-host more of their stuff. But we're not too dead set on anything yet, and we aren't really committing to doing this in the near future. Next is RISC-V. We plan on supporting and providing RISC-V images at some point in the near future, but we don't have any RISC-V hardware, so it's a bit hard to do without that. But beyond that, we are looking into just like Android phones, smart TVs, even like thin clients and some other stuff. It's basically just like, we're like, oh, wouldn't it be cool if Ultramarine ran on such and such random thing I found? And then we add it to the list. So last up is community. So where do we fall in the community? So as far as upstreams go, we are working more with Fedora itself and have contributed to GNOME and the free desktop. We actually were the ones to standardize accent colors on Linux mid to late last year, I think. So that was actually like somewhat popular. I was actually kind of surprised about that. But vendors, we have worked with Raspberry Pi and are planning to work with more hardware vendors in the future. But yeah, we still have a lot to figure out on this front as well. As far as sister projects go, we have worked with RizzyOS, providing an upgrade path when they merge with Novara, I'm pretty sure last release cycle. We work with Sodalite, and we helped provide Pantheon packages and also help them ship Terra. We also are starting to work with Universal Blue on hardware enablement and tooling improvements. As far as hardware projects go, we work with the Culture Book project to provide submarine and chromic images, as well as packaging and some ARM testing. And then lastly, we have our community, which is a very engaging, active community on Discord and Matrix, and we have a pretty decent social following, and it continues to grow pretty much every day. So yeah, that's pretty much it. Special thanks to Cappy, who founded the Ultramarine project, Leah, who founded Fira Labs, Mata, who helps maintain Ultramarine and maintains Terra, Jade for helping me build this presentation, Fedora for being the best upstream and the really sweet Valentine's card last February, and also all of our lovely contributors and all of you. If you want to follow more of our weird endeavors, you can find us at these website links and these socials. We're also on like Reddit and Blue Sky, so you can find us in a ton of places. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Is there any questions? I wasn't really paying attention to the Matrix room.
That is all right. I have got a thread here already started with some questions for you. We have 3 questions so far, and one of them already has 6 upvotes. Wow. So we'll start with that one from Kevin Murick. So first question is, you mentioned you have a repo and a bunch of packages. Are these things that could just be added upstream in Fedora, or what sorts of things are there in general?
Yeah, they are. You can just add it to base Fedora if you want, or any other Fedora-based image. And yeah, we want to make all of our like projects as open and easy to use from like anyone from just normal people to other distros and upstreams as possible. But yeah, you can just add the repo to base Fedora if you want.
Yeah, I suspect, and this is the next 2 questions both have 3 upvotes, but I think they're in the similar line because I imagine people are curious, like what might it take to get some of these things also in the upstream packages too, or upstream repositories as well? That is the next question here. Which part of the Ultramarine project can help improve Fedora upstream?
Ooh, that's a good question. So I guess I will just say Terra right now. It's every single package that gets or tries to get added, we screen it and make sure it's fully legit. So that is something that could potentially be added to upstream or other distros eventually. And I will also say just the hardware enablement. We've really been diving deep into this, and a lot of our community is like fully there with us for a lot of these hardware changes. So stuff like the submarine bootloader, I could see like, I don't know, like Fedora images for Chromebooks or something like that eventually, or just even like other distros that have nothing to do with Fedora. And some of the Raspberry Pi stuff, I'm not too sure because it's just like kernel changes, but we will probably make a lot of more tooling and stuff like that for all of these hardware projects down the line. And well, I would love to see this get merged with some upstream stuff, but I think we all would like that as well.
Awesome. Next question. We had one more also come in, but this one was earlier, is what kind of feedback or help can Fedora contributors provide to make your job easier on Ultramarine? What are your pain points?
Ooh, okay. So I'm not really a developer on Ultramarine itself because I focus more on the hardware side, but that is an interesting question. It's probably just like tooling assistance and help with stuff like Anaconda and stuff like that. We have some development issues with. Honestly, it's really not too bad. We just kind of do our own thing for the most part. But yeah, I would ask one of the developers on the question. I'm sure they would have a lot more in-depth answers to that.
Makes sense. And there's perhaps a clarification on that first question I asked about upstreaming some of the packages and things, is that I think the question was, can they be upstreamed to Fedora? I guess from like a legal, like do they use free open source software licenses? Is there anything that would make it a block for those things to come upstream in Fedora?
Oh, gotcha. Okay, my bad. As far as Terra, I'm not too sure. There may need to be some changes to just certain packages to more align with like the philosophy. I'm not too sure about the legal side, but as far as the hardware stuff, it could totally be upstream. There's no like blockers or like contracts or anything that we have for this stuff. It's just free to use for anyone.
Gotcha. And then it looks like this is our last question for now, other than this one from Eduard asking if you're hiring. But this question, more seriously, this one is Ultramarine closer to a rolling release model or closer to the model used by Fedora?
Yeah, so we follow the Fedora release cycle generally. So we have like Ultramarine 38, 39, 40 that comes released soon after the Fedora releases do. I will also answer the hiring part though too. We are not hiring per se at the moment, but we are looking for contributors, and we've recently opened up a lot of contributor pathways for our community. So especially for like this release, like we've gotten a lot of contributors to help us with certain tools and just like development problems that we've had. So that's been super nice. So if you would like to be a contributor, I would encourage you to join our Discord server.
Excellent. So let me just take a look through the main chat just to see if there were any questions that popped up there that I missed. But that was all the questions in the thread. Definitely were some people who were excited about the XR enablement work. There was a link to the XR SIG in Fedora that popped up there in the chat.
Yeah, that's going to be very fun. I've actually played with Stardust a little bit back at Scale in March, and it's very cool, but definitely has a long road ahead of it.
Nice. Makes sense. Well, I think then if there are no other questions, then I think we can go ahead and wrap a little bit early. And I think since we have our next speaker, well, I don't know. Sometimes I'm like, do we start early or do we move ahead to the next one? We'll figure that out. But before that, just want to say thank you, Owen, for sharing Ultramarine Linux here with us at the release party and being a speaker.
Yeah, of course. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Awesome. We'll see you in the release party.
See ya.
All right. So we're a little bit ahead of schedule. We have about 10 minutes officially until the next session, but I know we have I believe is our last one for the day. So maybe we will start a little bit early for today because we are at the last session. Let me see. I see Davide is in this backstage, and I think Neil will be back up here in a little bit. I'm going to go ahead and bring you on up, Davide. Let's do some AV debugging here.
Can you see me? Oh, perfect, because I can't see at all the preview, so that's...
Oh, I can hear and I can see you.
Perfect. Then it actually works. That's nice. All right.
Works is good. Works is good.
Oh, yeah. And you're here too, Neil. Nice.
Yeah.
All right. Can you get the slides up?
Yep. 1 second. I will do the thingy again.
I should turn off notifications here.
Yeah, that's a smart plan.
Get annoying. Do not
And
disturb.
hit the download button to pull the PDF and do the thing.
This next topic is going to be a pretty exciting one. I know all of our Apple hardware fans are definitely going to be interested in this one because we're going to be talking about Fedora Asahi Remix, which is the official, unofficial Fedora remix for Mac, I guess.
It's a thing.
It is an official Fedora remix, that's for sure.
Yep, it is a very strange state, but that's okay.
Awesome. Well, we'll get the slides up here. No rush because we are a little bit ahead of schedule.
Yeah, I'm just waiting for it to upload. It takes time.
Okay, no problem.
Yeah.
How has the release party been for both of you? First time on Matrix for an event?
It has been interesting.
Well.
It's been interesting. I think I didn't really use the I don't really use the popover widget because it causes Element to freak out. So I have a browser tab open with YouTube and do that way instead. Except for obviously this, where I am not doing that because I don't really need to hear myself like in a loop.
Yep. Yeah, same for me. I was following the YouTube stream in another tab.
Yeah, I think that's one thing that's nice about this approach is that it can be flexible, is that people who are joining from Matrix, you can see it in the popover, just have everything be in one spot. Or it's like, even for like when we did the Creative Freedom Summit, that's how I did it. It was like I had it over on YouTube, but then I just used Matrix just for the chat.
Yeah, so the slides have been uploaded. They should be a thing now.
That is on me.
And I think both of us, Davida, do you have the ability to see the controls, or is it just me?
I see the slides, but I see no controls.
Okay, so I guess I'm just doing the controls.
You can do the advanced thing, and then we'll work it out.
Yep. All right.
So we're about 8 minutes early, but I think we can go ahead and get started since y'all are the last one up here. So it also gives you a little bit of extra time for Q&A as well at the end.
All right, that works.
So with that, I'm going to go ahead and pass it over to both of you to talk about Fedora Asahi Remix for our last release. Take it away.
Cool. Hi, everyone. I'm Davide.
And I'm Neil.
We'll be talking about what's been happening in Fedora Asahi and the recent release of Fedora Asahi Remix 40.
Right. So here's us. We do lots of things. The bullet points, as you have joked before, Davida, the bullet points have gotten longer.
Yeah, there is no need to read through this.
Yeah, we're not reading it. You can look at it later. Who cares? So starting with Fedora Asahi. So this starts with the Fedora Asahi Special Interest Group, which packages and maintains the software used to support Apple Silicon platforms on Fedora Linux. So we develop and maintain variants of Fedora Media for Apple Silicon platforms. This primarily is the Fedora Asahi Remix. It's a special derivative of Fedora Linux optimized around Apple Silicon. We provide a custom kernel as well as Mesa and bootloader code, along with the obvious branding changes. The Remix comes in KDE, GNOME, Server, and minimal flavors. Our flagship is the KDE flavor. So where we are today.
And yeah, now let's talk about what's the current state. So with the latest release, you can run Fedora Asahi Remix on pretty much all released Apple Silicon hardware with M1 and M2 processors. So all M1 and M2 laptops and desktops on the market except the Mac Pro. Mostly because almost nobody has the Mac Pro, so that hasn't really been a priority so far. All of these systems are running now on the latest firmware, which is 13.5, and firmware in this context is the version of macOS that the machine runs on the other side, because we treat macOS as kind of the stable interface to the hardware, and macOS also provides a bunch of actual firmware that then is used to do platform enablement. We have hardware accelerated graphics by default, which we'll talk about in a second. We have full support for the camera and for the little taskbar screen thing that some of the laptops have. The taskbar is actually quite funny because it shows up on the Linux side as its own frame buffer. So we have a small daemon in Rust that gives you function keys on it, which is what we'd expect most people would want for it. We have full support for speakers, and we'll talk about speakers in a sec as well, with the exception of the iMac, because the iMac is slightly weird in that regard, and that hasn't gotten to the top of the pile just yet. And we have HDMI video output for machines with physical HDMI ports. So if you have a laptop or a desktop with a physical HDMI port, you can use video out through that. Next slide, please. Of the things that are not supported yet, so I mentioned video out. One thing that isn't supported yet that I know is something that a lot of people are looking forward to is support for DisplayPort alt mode, which will allow us to do video out from the USB-C ports. So some of the MacBooks, especially some of the smaller laptops, only have USB-C out. They don't have HDMI out. So right now, there's not really a good way to do video out from those specific models. This is work in progress. It will likely release later in the year. Other things that are actively worked on, HDMI audio support is mostly there, but it's not quite stable yet. So we've disabled it in the release so far. The microphone isn't supported yet. There was preliminary work done to get the microphone going, but it's just not there yet. And finally, we don't yet support the secure element and the Touch ID. The secure element is a hardware thing that these machines have that allows you, among other things, to implement a TPM on top of it. We know how this can be supported, but it's just not been done yet. Next slide.
Yep. Come on. There we go.
Thank you. Now, speaking about the audio, these machines are actually quite interesting from an audio standpoint. They ship with a very nice setup. On the Mac side, they use a lot of software to provide a good audio experience. And we built kind of a similar setup to provide an equivalently, or ideally a better experience on the Linux side. So we have a daemon that takes care of making sure that the speakers don't get overdriven. Because on these machines, if you just blindly play audio through the speakers without any checks, you can easily burn them out if you play too high of a volume. So we have a daemon that checks that the speakers are always in a safe state and cuts off the audio if that's a problem. We have another daemon that uses fancy psychoacoustics to provide bass. So even if the laptops only have tiny tweeters, they're able to give you a really good, perceptually good bass experience, which is something that's really cool that I'm not aware of any other laptops on the market being able to do this on Linux. And finally, we have a DSP chain. All of these are the best stuff in particular is implemented as a DSP as part of Pipewire and WirePlumber. And this is all optimized in the audio stack on Linux, so it just works out of the box. And while this is specific to Asahi right now, the same techniques and the same tools could be used to enable other laptops if someone wanted to. Next slide.
Right. And so, on top of having all this stuff with the hardware enablement, the base layer, as well as the sound stuff, obviously the most exciting thing that anybody wants to see is the graphics. And so the really cool thing about Fedora Asahi is that we have the first conformant OpenGL 4.6 implementation. We've got full support for things like Blender and games, and the performance is amazing. It's basically at the same level, and in many cases, way better than what macOS offers with their somewhat lackluster OpenGL implementation. I can say that because I was a game dev and I did do this and had to deal with macOS OpenGL. I like our implementation way better. Right. And on top of that, we have, of course, with the Fedora Asahi Remix 40 release, we are now using KDE Plasma 6 for our KDE variants experience. I went through a bunch talking about this earlier in the KDE Plasma talk, so I'm not going to go over that again. But again, the main things to keep in mind is it's a refinement of what you've had before with KDE Plasma 5. There's no super big surprises, but there's just little bits and pieces of enablement, smoothness, and just an overall better experience as a Wayland desktop. And there's more details in the Fedora magazine. You can go check this out. There's lots of things you can look up for this. So with the, as I just said, we released Fedora Asahi Remix 40 earlier this month. So you can get it now. It's all there. All this stuff that we just said is all there. You can go and have fun with it. So what's coming next? So we're starting through the efforts. We're restarting our efforts to work through our patches to get them upstreamed into the various projects, the kernel, U-boot, and Mesa. I think we recently had a re-roll of the Mesa patches, and they're included in 24.1. Although, again, you can't really use the upstream Mesa Asahi driver just yet because the kernel parts aren't stabilized and not integrated upstream. Once those are done, then the Mesa parts will also be stabilized and it will work. That's going to take some time. That's being driven by Hector Martin and Alyssa Rosenzweig, as well as Asahi Lina. And then the U-boot stuff is being driven by Mark Katenis. Sorry if I said that name wrong. But yeah, Mark from OpenBSD actually does the U-boot work. And that's been rolling through actually fairly quickly. So we're going through that currently. So...
And on the Fedora side, we've also been working to try to get as much as possible of the enablement into Fedora proper. We want the remix to effectively be as small as it can be, because ultimately the goal that we would like to reach eventually is to have full support for this hardware in Fedora itself. So right now, the approach we've been taking is that whenever there's a package that's needed for hardware enablement, if we can, we will package it in Fedora itself. And right now, we have about 25 or so packages that we maintain as the Asahi SIG in Fedora. And then for packages that are specific to the remix, so things around branding, for example, we package those in Copper. And we also package in Copper the packages that Neil just mentioned, so U-boot, Mesa, and the kernel. We could probably get most of the U-boot patches into the Fedora package if we wanted to, but it's still a pretty heavy patch set, so I don't think it's worthwhile until more of that is upstream. Likewise, for the kernel and Mesa, because they are somewhat tightly coupled until the driver is further along and in the upstreaming status, it makes sense to have those maintained on our end, so it's easier to give platform enablement support to the users more quickly. But all of these, you can look them up in our Copper if you want. The kernel is tracked. Neil does most of the kernel enablement work, and it's tracked from the Arc kernel, and it's just what little things are needed for this hardware on top of Arc. There's no additions beyond that. Next slide, please. The other thing we've been working recently as being able to build the installer for this system in Fedora infrastructure. So the way Asahi is installed is that you run an installer on macOS, and the installer is a little shell script that you effectively curl pipe bash, and then that downloads the installer itself, which is a Python program, and the installer then repartitions the machine, lays out the image on disk, and then reboots the machine in a special state where it can actually replace the kernel for the new system with Mini, which is the bootloader, and then your system is set up. Now, right now, we've been using the installer that's provided by the Asahi Linux project, but we wanted to be able to build this in Fedora, both so we could build the first stage bootloader and so that we could build the installer, because one of the requirements for having this in Fedora proper is being able to build all the components in Fedora. So right now, we are building the first stage bootloader in Fedora, though it's not used yet. And there's a PR up to also build the installer. That required an exception from FastCode because the installer, as I mentioned, uses Python, but it uses Python on macOS. So we will need to be able to build Python for macOS, which turns out is really hard because there isn't really a free toolchain available for building macOS targets from Linux. There is a toolchain that can be found, but it relies on bits of Xcode that aren't freely redistributable. So it's not really a thing we can do just yet, but it is something we're keeping an eye on in the future. We would like to have a fully free tool chain that we can use to build this entire thing from Fedora. Next slide. And that's all we had in content. I think we went a lot faster than we thought we would. You can find the references to all of the things we talked about. The link to the remix, which has the instructions for how to install it, the documentation that we have. The documentation also includes a page we just wrote recently that explains what are all the things in which the remix is different from Fedora itself. which was prompted by people asking how they could build something like this for other use cases. So we will probably try to put together some documentation as well on how the remix was built in the first place. So hopefully other folks can like save some time and not do all of the missteps we did throughout this. And then the issue tracker, the mailing list, we have a tag on this course, and we have a matrix room.
Right. And on top of that, like when if you can't contribute in the terms of code or whatever, and you want to help support the work that we're doing, you can sponsor us on GitHub sponsors. Hector Martin manages the Asahi Linux upstream project, and you can sponsor him there. And then, of course, myself, I have GitHub sponsors for the Fedora Asahi remix as the Asahi SIG lead and the developer of the distribution. You can see more information about this kind of stuff on their website. And there's even more people that are involved in this, and their links are also available, you know, if you want to support the efforts that they're working on. And we'd love you to come in and help us either through code and documentation and testing, or also financially to help us, you know, buy computers that we need to actually make this work. Because as it turns out, this ain't cheap.
Yes, so many laptops. All right, I think that's all we had, and we'd be happy to answer any questions.
All right. Thank you. We already do have a few. We've got, looks like 5 questions so far. Oh,
right.
My video? I don't know. Am I visible?
You
are
can see
visible,
you.
Yes.
We can see you.
Okay, I can't see myself, so I will just take your word for it. Well, we will go ahead and get started with our questions here. For folks who are watching along live, you can look in the chat to find the thread that just got bumped to raise your questions. We'll go, looks like we have one that's top voted here, which is our first question is, why is this a remix and not a spin or a lab?
So the reason for this is that the rules for a remix versus something that is a spin come down to everything has to be built in Fedora Koji to be a spin or a lab. If it is if any component is built outside of Fedora Koji, then it has to be a remix. Since we use Copper to build the kernel, Mesa, and U-boot parts, as well as we use stuff in the AWS to build the images and host the website outside of Fedora infrastructure and outside of the Fedora accounts, we don't qualify to be a spin. Even though all the stack is open source and everything's available, the various rules within Fedora around, for example, you can only have one kernel package, no non-upstream patches, supporting multiple mesas inside and all these other things, makes it very complicated to offer this within Fedora itself. So it is a remix that exists a little bit outside with as much of stuff in the project as possible. And it effectively operates as a spin with the minor exception of packages coming from Copper for some bits and pieces. It is run by the Fedora Asahi SIG. It follows the Fedora cadence. While we are not 100% in lockstep, and that's mostly because it's very hard when you don't have release engineering tooling doing it for you automatically, we are very, very close to the Fedora release cycles. Like we released Fedora Asahi Remix 40, I think it was 2 weeks after Fedora Linux 40. And it was only 2 weeks because we were both traveling and we couldn't actually get it done.
We had daily builds going already, but we wanted to actually test them before unleashing them onto the world.
Right. So in some respects, we do things a little bit differently from Fedora that are good. And in some respects, we do things a little bit differently from Fedora that kind of aren't as great as they could be. And this is where the remix part kind of comes into play. Like, we are outside of Fedora infrastructure for some stuff, or at least Fedora Koji. And so some of the things, because of that, we just can't be a spin. And I think the long-term goal is that we don't need to be a spin for a distinct spin. Ideally, once more of these components are up and we've got, get things wired up into Pungi and whatever, we can do things like produce the installer apparatus through Fedora infrastructure and allow Fedora, for example, Fedora KDE that is built for ARM to just be installed on an Apple Silicon Mac. It's going to be a while before we get there, but that is the long-term goal. And the remix will continue to exist for the foreseeable future to be able to handle fast tracking new enablement work and getting things done. But like the long-term goal is the remix will be a fast track and the main distribution will be the slow track for some definitions of fast and slow.
All right. Next up on the queue, we have, looks like our next upvoted question is question 3, which is, what if that sound daemon dies? Can you burn out the speakers then?
No, the audio system shuts down.
There is protection on the kernel side, yes. That will effectively, what the daemon does is that it keeps poking at a watchdog on the kernel side, and when he stops poking, then the speakers get cut off.
Yeah. We automatically, like, so the speaker daemon actually is invoked by UDEV. Again, this is some gnarly bits here. The speaker daemon is invoked by UDEV. If the daemon is no longer able to run, or it crashes or whatever, and UDEV can't start it, then the kernel will immediately just stop offering the speakers. They will just do nothing. So you can't use the speakers without the daemon running.
Yeah, there was a lot of work done to make sure this would be safe for users, because we really didn't want to have people to then have to show up to the Apple Store with like burned out tweeters. So far, I think only one machine was lost during development.
And that was on purpose.
That was done basically on purpose when Markan was testing this.
Yeah. So we're generally okay on that front. Like there was a lot of effort to make sure that the audio didn't work if the daemon was not monitoring the speakers.
Makes sense. Well, there's another sound question related to that. It looks like from here, all the questions either 1 or 2 votes. So we'll just go in sequential order. So going back to question number 2 about microphone support, is the missing support just for the built-in microphone or for any peripheral microphone as well?
It's just the built-in one. And the reason it's missing is because the built-in microphone on Apple Silicon runs off a coprocessor that uses its own special firmware, and it runs off a custom processor with its own custom ISA. So there was a whole lot of reverse engineering that happened around understanding like how that thing works in the first place, and that is done. And now the part that it's doing is the actually taking all those learnings and integrating them into a driver that can be used from Linux.
Yeah. As it turns out, Apple does a lot of just strange ASICs and custom application and operating system software for all the to manage all the peripherals. And so that means that essentially we're writing programs that talk to systems instead of dumb devices. And so that makes a lot of this very, very complicated. I mean, it's the same reason why we don't have Thunderbolt and USB. We don't have Thunderbolt USB 4 support. Like the controller is custom, the interfaces are custom. It's a bunch of reverse engineering work to plug all these things back together.
As someone who was part of the Apple ecosystem before I went to the Linux side, that's very relatable. I remember my first time trying to do it was it was Fedora 20, and I had a 2007 iMac desktop that had some NVIDIA discrete card, and I could just get a headless Fedora. That was all I could get. So anyways, yeah, that just definitely, that resonated with me, my old teenage self hacking on trying to get Fedora on my iMac. We'll go move forward with the next question here to, looks like question 5 has gotten a few upvotes. Does installing Asahi void the MacBook warranty?
No, because I guess I don't know about outside of the United States, but at least in the United States, it does not. You're not allowed to do that. There are various reasons why that's not allowed, but for all practical purposes, the way that the software is installed, the Fedora Linux distribution is installed, is it's always side by side to macOS. And one of the other things we do is we just don't generally allow removing macOS from the system. And because you need macOS to update the firmware, you need macOS to actually manage your Asahi installations. And also you need macOS to boot Asahi in the first. There's a lot of
you need another macOS to boot Asahi.
Yeah, there's a lot of macOS involved, but like the important thing is we don't actually support removing macOS from the system. And because we don't support removing macOS from the system, your system is effectively always in a supportable state from an Apple support perspective.
It's also worth saying that the way these machines are built, if you entirely wipe the drive, and if you wipe or even if you wipe the firmware of the NAR memories on it, the machine is still recoverable. Like, it will look like it's dead, but you can use either a Linux machine with iDevice Restore or another Mac with Apple Configurator from macOS, and it will restore it to factory and come back to life. As far as we're aware, it is not possible to break these machines in any way, because I think it even restores all of the internal memories. So
I think there's theoretically a couple of cases, but they're really hard to hit.
Yeah.
All right. Well, our next upvoted question is, well, it looks like a few are actually rising to the top here, but looks like our next one, where did it go? Oh, okay. Well, this one, are there any tech choices you made early on that you would change now?
No, because I think we changed a lot of our tech choices early on as part of figuring it out. Like so I've alluded to this before in other venues, but like the first releases of Fedora Asahi Remix for Apple Silicon, they were based on Fedora 36, and they were jerry-rigged by Dabda and I with like very, very crappy things. And like I had to go visit him in person, and we had to sit down together to actually get it installed on the computer. It was not fun. We very quickly, a lot of the early choices were, let's try to get this working, and then let's try to figure out how to get it running and stable. And over the course of 37 through 39, we practically redid almost everything that we did for that. Like, there is very little of Asahi Remix 40 that actually was part of the very beginning of Fedora Asahi Remix, because a lot changed. A lot changed in the time frame of bringing things up.
One thing I would say that made a big difference was initially, as Neil was saying, we're doing builds manually, which is terrible. Both because like I don't really want to ship to users builds I like artisanally crafted on my machine, and also it's a lot of work. So we spent quite a bit of work putting together an actual infrastructure that we could use to do automated builds. So we have this whole thing in AWS right now that does builds every day, and then it pushes them in a way so they can be immediately tested, and then we have a way to promote them to release and all of that. And that was fun because on one hand, I had no idea how to do anything in AWS, so I got to learn that. And like we were lucky that we could use the Graviton workers there to do builds, because for various reasons, we need to do builds on ARM machines. So it was very useful to be able to use those and be able to do the builds there.
Another fortuitous choice was our usage of the Kiwi image build tool, because unlike all the other options that we had at Fedora at the time, the Kiwi image build tool could be actually run from pretty much any machine, whether it was locally in an emulated environment. In the very, very first builds that I was doing them on the package test runner ARM machines that we have in Fedora infrastructure. But because it was a super lightweight and very flexible tool, it was very easy for us to produce the images in a way that was repeatable. And that was incredibly important for David and I to be able to like troubleshoot and fix things and iterate on it, and eventually automate it so that we could just have these builds. Like we have builds with logs and bill of materials information and things like that allow us to like be able to check what changed from build to build very easily if we want to.
And that is a great segue to remind that our first talk and the release party tomorrow at 10 a.m. US Eastern, 1400 UTC, is by David Duncan, talking exactly about the Kiwi build system. So you can get a deeper dive on all of those things in our first session of the day tomorrow. I know we are getting close to, well, kind of, we got 10 minutes.
We got plenty of time.
But the questions keep coming. We've got 10 questions for the session. We're like just at half.
Oh, wow.
So next one that looks like the most upvoted is how suitable or safe is Asahi Remix for non-nerds or non-technical people? Safe in terms of not breaking anything.
Okay. Your mileage may vary. I think it really depends on what you're trying to do. So like even me as a technical person, I don't currently daily drive Fedora Asahi Remix, even though I have an Apple Silicon Mac that I do the development on. I don't daily drive that Mac because I kind of need the Thunderbolt port to work. That is, not having the Thunderbolt port is a big problem because my current setup involves me plugging into Thunderbolt to a hub that connects me to my USB that connects me to my KVM that allows me to sit here and do stuff. Since that all doesn't work, that's a problem. So I think if the missing hardware enablement isn't an issue for you, it's just like any other Fedora system. I mean, like it's fine, and it's actually pretty difficult to permanently break it. I mean, like you can break it as much as any other Linux system, but like you can't break the Mac itself. The worst case scenario is that you just re-invoke the installation process and go about your day.
For what it's worth, I use a Mac Studio as my like daily work machine, and it works fine for that. One thing I would say to be aware is if you use a lot of software from Flatpak, most things on Flatpak for AR64 are not in good shape. They'll either not work or they won't exist at all. And there's an added complication for this platform that because we use a custom Mesa driver, you need a special Flatpak runtime for things that use hardware acceleration to work at all. So I would say if you primarily consume content from RPMs, this is going to be a good experience. If you primarily consume content from Flatpak, it will require some fiddling. And I personally just avoid Flatpak on this platform because I mostly just use it for Element, and I can run Element in a browser, and it mostly works.
I mean, in general, I would probably say that Flatpaks on ARM aren't in good shape in the first place.
Yep.
That's independent of the Asahi stuff, but like Flatpaks outside of x86-64 are in a very sad state of affairs outside of Fedora Flatpaks. And for Fedora Flatpaks, while multi-arch is actually fairly good because we build it for all the architectures we have, the driver thing comes up. And again, because we don't have the Asahi Mesa driver enabled in Fedora's upstream Mesa, we don't have that in our Flatpak runtime. And it won't work anyway if you turn it on because it'll be missing the critical commit that actually makes it work, which is intentionally not there so that you don't accidentally do something bad to your hardware. So, yeah.
Excellent. Let's see. We have 1, 2, 3, 4 questions left. Let's go to this next one. Actually, this one I think you already answered, but I'll give you just a chance if you want to add anything on this specifically. When everything works, microphone, etc., with Fedora, will the install script have the option to let us remove Mac OS completely?
No.
I don't think so. Yeah, I think
we have no plans to do it because of the simple reason that macOS is the only way to get firmware updates.
So the one way we could do that, which I know has been talked about, but is not there at all, and it hasn't been started, is the reason you need macOS is because the macOS installation has kind of a special place in the firmware, and it allows you to authenticate to the firmware of the machine and manage it to simplify things. There is a way to also have a Linux install take that place, but that requires having the secure element working first, and then it requires wiring up all of this stuff. So that's probably, I would say, a year plus away if someone ends up actually doing it, which is unclear because macOS doesn't take that much space on disk in the first place, so it's not that much of a burden having it. You don't have to boot it. You don't even see it because the machine would just boot Linux by default. So
makes sense. I thought that'd be a quick one. This one's gotten a few upvotes. From Secure Root, are you seeing Asahi being the future base for new ARM-based Windows laptops as well?
That's an interesting question. I think if somebody wanted to make a remix to support a specific other ARM platform or another hardware platform, I think they could probably use some of the lessons we learned here or some of the tooling we made for that. I don't think Asahi itself would be terribly useful for that because the hardware is going to be very different. Like the thing about ARM is most of these machines are much closer to an embedded system or a cell phone than like a standard PC that you can think of. So there is a lot of custom components that require magical special handling. Like if any of you has played with the X13S, for example, that Lenovo has, that is an interesting device and it requires a lot of fiddling to get it working on Linux. And it's a lot of entirely different fiddling than the one that's required here. So I don't know. It will be interesting to see. I know there's more ARM stuff that's supposed to come out on the market soon. So we'll see. We'll see how that goes.
And for what it's worth, we do have the Fedora Kiwi descriptions upstream repo, which was actually forked from the Fedora Asahi Kiwi descriptions in the first place. So if there was more interest in producing those kinds of things from a Fedora Linux perspective, that's always a good starting point. And I know David and I in Fedora Cloud, we're happy to take contributions in that respect to enable that kind of stuff with the Fedora Kiwi descriptions. But I will also point out that, on top of what David has said about how these platforms are all weird, we're talking about Windows on ARM platforms. And the thing that's kind of awkward about Windows on ARM that we don't really acknowledge too much is that Windows gets the benefit of being able to use UEFI and ACPI and be able to auto-discover the hardware platform and boot up and work properly. No one's trying to use those same interfaces to boot Fedora Linux on those platforms. And because of that, so for example, the X13S that David mentioned is a Windows on ARM device. For Windows, it boots through UEFI and ACPI. For Linux, it uses device tree and has to be done through U-boot and then have emulated UEFI from that instead of using the UEFI that already exists on the device itself. So one of the problems that we're going to see longer across the board with these Windows on ARM devices is that Linux cannot take advantage of any of the enablement that Windows does. And because we can't take advantage of any enablement, we have to start over basically from scratch for all of them. And that makes it considerably more difficult to support than it would be if we could reuse the same interfaces that Windows uses, like what OpenBSD does and other operating systems do when they're trying to boot on these things. Look at, if anyone's interested, there was a blog post a few years ago by a guy who was working on trying to put Linux on the Windows on ARM dev box that Microsoft released a few years ago. And they outlined some of the problems of even being able to get Linux on it and ultimately gave up because it didn't work. It couldn't be made to work. There's a lot of challenges for making Windows on ARM devices useful for Linux. I am cautiously optimistic something will happen here, but I don't really know.
All right. So 3 minutes left and 2 questions. I think we can do it. This one is why curl pipe bash as installation method? It's promoting behavior.
Oh my gosh.
So you have to install the OS on the machine. You have to get the installer on the machine. So one option is you can download the shell script and run it. But at that point, you're downloading the shell script from an HTTPS website. You might as well just do curl pipe bash because you have to trust the source. Like it's trust on first use, effectively. Now, one thing we could do that would make this better is if we ship the installer instead of a Python thing that is set from a shell script, if we shipped it as an actual macOS app. And then that is a package that gets notarized by Apple, and it shows up with like a nice icon and everything.
And it has a graphical interface and fanciness.
Yeah, the problem with doing that is twofold. One, it costs money. And two, I don't think anybody here particularly enjoys or wants to do Objective-C development in Xcode to do that. Like if somebody from the community wanted to do that, but by all means, it would be more than welcome.
We could write a Qt application and then wrap it up and bundle it like we do with Fedora Media Writer. But again, it comes down to how much time do we want to do? Can we spend on it? Right now, it's on our list. It's something we want to deal with. But we have this long pile of things that are way more important to deal with right now. So that's pretty much why.
Well, and of course, as soon as I've said last question, I've gotten 3 more questions. So you will have to take a look at the matrix thread after we finish.
Sure.
But let's go ahead and wrap up with this one that came in earlier. This one from Roland. Is this work planned for upstreaming the Linux kernel or other relevant projects as a whole in the future?
Yes. That is the goal. The goal of the Asahi Linux project is to get everything upstream. And getting everything upstream takes time and effort. I think we have a good path for upstreaming for U-boot. There is mostly a matter of actually getting all the patches up. For the kernel, there are some areas that require fairly significant design work with the kernel, the wider kernel community, to figure out like sometimes there's kind of an impetus mismatch between the subsystem in the kernel that does something and the way this platform does it. So we have to figure out a way to redesign the subsystem to support this platform well, but also support everything else and do this in a way that's acceptable for the wider kernel community. And that is a lot of work. So we'll get there, but it will be a while. I'll drop the link in the chat after this, but there's a link with a table of everything and whether it's upstream or not, what the state is at and all, and where the patches are.
Excellent. Well, that brings us right to the end of the slot. Thank you, Davide and Neil, for your overview and the detailed Q&A on all things Asahi Linux and trying to stubbornly find ways to put Linux on Apple hardware.
Thank you.
Thanks for being a part of the party.
Thanks.
Bye.
Bye.
All right. And so that does bring us to the end of day 1. Thank you all for being a part of the release party today. I will do a quick round of just some refreshers before we officially call it in for today. I will share my screen. All right, let's change this view so I'm not so big and the things I want to tell you about are. So tomorrow we will be starting, you can start showing up around 13:30 UTC or 9:30 a.m. US Eastern if you want to hang out with us in the chat room. If I didn't say it this morning, you might remember from when we were on Hopin that usually the hallway track is audio video and people are hanging out and chatting. That was one thing we weren't quite able to figure out in time for this release party, but I'm hopeful that next time we will. However, you can still join us in the text chat. It's been a very lively chat here as well. So you're welcome to start showing up and rolling in, get your cup of coffee before the day starts. And then we will have in our first session, we'll have David Duncan on Fedora images and Kiwi, as well as an update from Timothy on the Fedora Atomic desktops. And then we'll also hear later from Noel Miller on Universal Blue, and then a quick wrap up from me and Aoife, your community architect and operations architect. So I did say before we wrap up officially that I would give you a chance, one last chance, if you did not already grab the claim code for your Fedora badge. Now is the chance that you can go ahead and grab that on your way out of the door for the party, if you have not already. I will leave that up there for a minute. And then you can also find that link to that schedule that I just showed. If someone who is in the chat could do me a solid and put the link to the wiki page in the chat, that would be amazing. But you can find that full schedule on the Fedora wiki for our 4 sessions that we will have tomorrow. But other than that, folks, we are at the end of day 1. Thank you again so much for being a part of this celebration, really, of all of the things that we do together as a community. You know, it's kind of crazy to think that for over 20 years, that every 6 months, well, with the exception of Fedora 20, for folks who remember that 1-year release cycle, or Fedora 21, I should say. With the exception of that, we've done pretty good at having 6-month releases. We're keeping this momentum going for over 20 years. And I am just so grateful and appreciative to have such an amazing community to be doing all of these things with. So thank you again for being here for day 1. We will be back again here in the same place. It'll be a different video stream if you are tuning in virtually. And you're not in the Matrix room. There's a different live stream that you can find on our YouTube channel. But otherwise, we hope to see you all tomorrow. Thanks again for being a part, and have a great rest of your Friday. Take care.